check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1, check 2, 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. 2 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't think so. Is it on now? You can hear me? Okay. Yeah? Testing, 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 testing. I don't think it's on. No. There we go. All right, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. These are on now. Okay, let's get things moving. Good morning, everyone. My name is Asif Khan, if you weren't here yesterday, and I'm the founder and chairman of the Location-Based Marketing Association. So we're excited to be here for day 2 of RetailLoco in Minneapolis. And again, I want to thank our partners at Mall of America for hosting us here. I want to thank our sponsors, Atlas, Earth, Pay with Charlie, Wait Time, Arrive, and Ground Level Insights for making this happen. So, and to our followers on the live stream, I know we had over 100 and something yesterday on there, so hopefully you're able to hear us okay and follow along. So again, just to recap, for those who weren't here yesterday, who may not be familiar with the Location-Based Marketing Association, we are an industry association. We've been around since 2009, and we're all about everything to do with location-based marketing. And when I started that organization and tried to figure out, how do we want to define this industry and this term, we said, hey, location-based marketing is really about the intersection of people, places, and media. And I very intently chose the word media because we saw it as more than just mobile marketing. We saw it as there's an audience that marketers want to reach. Those people, that audience is in a certain place, and in that place there's media. And that media could be anything. It could be radio, it could be television, it could be mobile, it could be online, it could be digital signage that they're walking by. Or it could be like a plain old paper poster on a street post. That's still location-based marketing in my world. And so we want people to think that way, and our members are very much reflective of that diversity and sort of broadness within the industry base that we follow. So out-of-home companies, indoor navigation companies, payment companies, a lot of brands, and so on. So this is just a small sampling of the kinds of companies that are part of the LBMA. Every time I start to do a presentation, as I did yesterday and when I do this morning, I always try to wake people up a little bit. I know kind of was a long day yesterday, and some of us may have had a few drinks last night. Some of us may even have come up with new businesses last night over drinks, Karsten and Kami and I. But I'll just play a video for you of kind of a fun use of location tech for a local US brand, car wash franchise actually, that you might find interesting.
These are pigeons. There are over 8 million in the United States. And these are cars. There are lots of those too. And this is what happens when the two of them meet. Introducing the Take 5 Car Wash official pigeon. We traveled to a bunch of cities across the United States and chose a random pigeon to become the Take 5 Car Wash official pigeon. We fitted the official pigeon with a specialized GPS tracker and followed its every move. As the Take 5 Car Wash official pigeon flew across the city, we gave every car it pooped on a free car wash.
Bird poop, congratulations. Yeah, car wash. They got some poop. There it is.
And guess what? It pooped a lot.
I've been working with pigeons since the 80s, so I've seen a fair amount of bird poop. And this official pigeon's bird poop, some of the best I've ever seen.
Keeping track? Okay. Official pigeon.
So if you live near a Take 5 Car Wash and think the official pigeon has pooped on your car,
Congratulations.
visit take5.com/pigeon to see if you get a free wash. Now bird poop is a great thing.
Now bird poop is a great thing. There you go. So again, just a fun kind of interesting use case of location data and a brand taking advantage of something very interesting. So, so yesterday we talked a lot about the metaverse, Web3, how brands are activating in that space, the overlay between the virtual world and the physical world. How loyalty programs are tied into that. We heard from TJ a little bit about, what they're doing in the golf experience sector and how they're driving traffic there in smaller markets and some of those kinds of things. And today we shift a little bit the conversation now to the analytics applications around location data and commerce. And I'm going to share a little bit about what I'm doing with Ground Level, my startup. We're going to obviously talk about payments, technologies. Pay with Charlie's here, and they're going to be highlighting some things that they're doing with QR codes and the Kronos POS system. And generally, we're focusing on how we're using this data and how we're using these stores and these technologies to create great customer experiences. So just a couple things. I'm going to jump over and just show you a quick demo of what we're doing at Ground Level right now. So just bear with me a second. No, I don't want that, and I don't want that. Where did it go? I hate when my browser just there we go. Okay, this is it. I was like, wrong browser window. So I mentioned yesterday we do a lot of work in sports. We also have a lot of retail clients. So Starbucks is our largest client. I'm up in Canada, by the way, in Toronto. So we work nationally with Starbucks. We're doing some work with Walmart right now, and a range of other clients: museum properties, art galleries, and sports teams. And so what we're doing is taking huge quantities of anonymous mobile location data that we're buying from different brokers around the world. So we have access to about 14,000 apps through SDK sitting in those apps globally. So these are apps like Uber and Waze and Starbucks and CNN and things like that. Then again, we're not taking any personally identifiable information. It's just the background location data of where that phone has been from the advertising ID that sits within that device. And then we track these IDs over time to see where they go. And so what we're doing is helping businesses, in particular businesses that have physical venues, and it doesn't have to be, like we do this for festivals that are happening in parks and things like that as well. But in a case like this where you have a physical venue or a store or a restaurant, we're able to help them understand who's coming there, how often they're coming there, how long they're spending within that property. But more importantly, because we're tracking these devices all the time, 24/7, 365, we're able to say, where were those people before they came to the Mall of America, and where they go after they left the Mall of America? And how often are they going to other similar businesses or competitive businesses or things like that. So here you see kind of an example of the Rogers Center where the Toronto Blue Jays play. You see some visit data. We can break that down into first-time visitors, repeat visitors, and dwell times. But where it gets really interesting is, I'll switch over here to what we call affinity analytics. And if I pick a category, so we have this kind of drop-down list. I know this is really hard to see, but these are all categories of businesses: bars, coffee shops, fast food chains. And we're able to then say, for all the people who went to Blue Jays games in the month of April, let's say, or May, or whatever, what bars are they going to before or after? What fast food chains are they hanging out at before or after a game? And so I've got this on fast food right now, and you can see Subway, Japango, which is a Japanese takeout chain up in Canada, and so on. If I change this to coffee shops, you'll see, Starbucks, Tim Hortons, these kinds of things up there. And so one of the big use cases for this, whether you're a retailer or your sports team, is to understand, the affinity between your customers, your fans, and where else they're going. And in their case, they're able to look at this and say, hey, we didn't realize there was such a correlation between Blue Jays fans and Subway or Tim Hortons or whatever. Let's go and have our sponsorship sales team approach them and sell them sponsorship for next season, because the data says there's a correlation between our existing fan base and where they're hanging out outside of that stadium. In the retail sector, if you're the Mall of America, as I alluded to yesterday, you might want to look at this and say, if you look at this over time and you see trends, you might say, hey, we see a lot of people hanging out at this particular jewelry shop or this particular coffee shop. We don't have one of those in the mall. We have a lot of vacant space in the mall. Let's go see if we can attract that tenant into the property. Or another use case in the retail space might be to look and say, okay, our customers are, we're a coffee shop, and we see, 17% of our customers every month are also hanging out at this particular local spa, even if you're a small business. So logic would say, because you're not a competitor to that spa, you're a coffee shop, you should approach the ownership of the spa and see if you can set up a cross promotion between the two businesses, and grow that even further, because the data says you already have common customers. So there are a number of different ways to look at this kind of data. One of the other really interesting aspects of this is, because we're tracking the devices all the time, we're able to calculate the distance that they travel. So what is the catchment area for that particular retailer or that particular business? In this case, the Blue Jays were really interested to understand how far are people willing to physically travel to come to a game in person. They didn't have that data. Yes, they have purchase data. Yes, they have some Ticketmaster data that says people bought tickets from here. But in sports, in particular, entertainment, there's a lot of season ticket holders. There's a lot of tickets passed around to friends and family and so on. So they don't actually have a true understanding of that. As we heard from Patrick and with Elizabeth yesterday, they're really interested to know here at the Mall of America, how many people are coming in here, parking here, not coming into the mall and then going to a Twins game or a Vikings game. They'd like to understand those kinds of movement dynamics in terms of what's happening. And so we're able to break this down and tell them, okay, and this is around the city of Toronto, but if I zoom in here, you can see percentage breakdowns of what parts of the city these people are actually coming from, and break it down into the top cities that they're actually coming from within the area. And when you look at the Blue Jays in particular, I don't know how well you guys know Canada, but our capital is over here in Ottawa, which is a good 3.5-hour drive at least from Toronto to Ottawa. And yet they're drawing fans from that distance, or even in the north up here in Sudbury, which is 4 or 5 hours drive. And so the Jays didn't realize this, and now they're leaning into this and saying, let's buy more billboards on the streets of Sudbury or Ottawa and try and grow that even further. And not only can we break it down by city, but we can break it down by postal code or zip code. So if they want to then understand where to focus their geo-targeted ad buys on Facebook or Google, now they know which zip codes to do that against, based on where their current traffic is coming from. And the last piece here, and this is kind of something that's really specific to entertainment or sports or festivals or things like that, things that have sponsorship, we're able to actually measure the ROI on existing sponsorship for them. So in the case of the Blue Jays, what we did last season was we took 3 of their existing sponsors, and I'll just let this load. So up here, Mary Brown's, which is a fried chicken up in Canada. It's kind of like KFC. Home Hardware, which is a home improvement retailer, and Tim Hortons, which you probably know, the largest coffee chain. And so, just to look at this here on the map, if I zoom in, this is a map plot of every Mary Brown's outlet in the province of Ontario. But these 2 numbers on the top left is what's really interesting. So we're able to tell them, for people who went to Blue Jays games during this month of April, 12.84% of those people then went to a Mary Brown's chicken outlet within the next 30 days. And Mary Brown's and these 3 brands all have sponsorship advertising within the stadium, right? So when you look at sponsorship in sports in particular, the way they sell that is they say, look, we have 81 home games, we have 50,000 people per game in the seats, therefore the number of impressions is X, and that's it. There's no actual measurement on, how many people actually went there because they were sitting there, and that's what we're trying to do here. So we're able to say 12.84% of these people then went to, a Mary Brown's outlet. The next number is the one that's really interesting. 3.85% of those people who went to Blue Jays games then went to a Mary Brown's had never been to one before. So this is the net new lift that they can go back to their sponsor and say, look at the traffic we're driving, look at the attribution that we can come from this. And not only can we see this in aggregate, we can pick any one store and show the lift to that one location if they want to know that what's happening at that franchise. You know, and if I flip this over to Tim Hortons, for example, you'll see obviously way more stores pop up in a second here. There we go, because it's a huge chain, thousands and thousands of stores. But the same applies. I can pick one Tim Hortons and look at the lift to that location. So there's a lot of data powering what's going on here, and I'm not going to continue, you know, with the demo around this. I'm going to jump back to the slides here for a second. Sorry, no. Where did my slides go? There we go. And back here. Okay. But the point I wanted to illustrate is you have this ability now through location analytics to understand what's happening in these properties. And then you want to then correlate it with other data sets, like we're doing with wait time right now, to kind of look at, you know, what's happening inside the mall and how does that relate to what's happening outside the mall. Or like I mentioned yesterday, we're trying to combine with Ticketmaster data right now, in this case, to understand contextually what else is going on in that area that might be impacting traffic or weather, or these other types of data sets that we can pull in alongside that. So that's kind of the analytics piece. I'm going to show another video that hopefully you'll find interesting. And this kind of is a tie back to yesterday. And I'll let it play and then I'll kind of explain what's going on. Nick made a reference yesterday to Peridot, which is a new game that Niantic's put out. Kind of like, I don't know how old most people are here, but how many people had a pet rock back in the day that they had to take care of? Kami, yes? Okay. So this is like the modern day pet rock. So it's a game where you have a pet and you take care of this pet and you do this thing. But what's really interesting and what's happening here is Amazon has a platform called Anywhere, and they can tie this commerce platform into these gaming environments and then allow you to buy physical goods on top of the game. And obviously with your Amazon account and have those shipped to your house. So people are in here buying merchandise, buying shirts, buying whatever, and in theory, you know, they could be selling you pet food for your actual pets and these kinds of things as well. And so it's the linkage between, you know, what's happening in a virtual world and what's happening in a commerce and physical world environment in tying these things together. So the reason I wanted you to see this is because I think it's, you know, sometimes we can look at these sort of virtual world environments and these metaverse environments and think that they're just, you know, for young people, they're just for, you know, fooling around, and there's not really any commerce associated with it. But in fact, there's a lot of money. It's not just virtual real estate. There's actually transactions and merchandise and things being bought. Shifting now to the second topic, you know, of today, the payments space, just a couple of charts I want to share with you. So first of all, how many people, I'm assuming everybody in here has done a proximity type of payment transaction, yes? Hands up. Anybody who hasn't? No, okay. So, you know, this is any kind of, you know, sort of, you're in proximity using NFC, you're tapping your phone or your watch or, you know, scanning a QR code or something like that. And you can see kind of the growth here that's projected between where we are now in 2026 in terms of the dollars and percentage change in what's happening here. But where it gets really interesting is the next two slides here. On the right-hand side, you see US proximity mobile payment users by platform. Look who number one is in that list. It's not Apple Pay, it's not Google, it's Starbucks, okay? And yes, the others are catching up, but you're gonna see all sorts of new payment platforms emerge in here, you know, with Metaverse and other things that are gonna tie into this that will, you know, change the mix of this over time. So I think it's really interesting to look to see where Starbucks is versus Apple Pay and Google Pay at the moment. On the left-hand side, though, and this is kind of, again, a little bit of a tie back to yesterday, is we need to prepare ourselves as retailers, as marketers, as brands for, you know, targeting Gen Z. Because if you look at where we are today, you know, in terms of millennials who are using these types of payment platforms, including buy now, pay later, versus where that's going to be in 2026, it's all about Gen Z. So I alluded to yesterday that, you know, Walmart and Disney are building all these virtual environments, but their strategy isn't that, you know, they think that there's a lot of commerce going to be happening in Walmart Playland right now. It's all about attacking the Gen Z so that they're familiar with the brand, and when they're ready to move into that market, they know who they are, they're shopping there, and they're ready to sort of adjust along that as well. And when we talk about creating great customer experiences, I want to show you another video here of a project out of South America. And this is a museum, or sorry, not a museum, a live theater property that did something very interesting. So during COVID, obviously a lot of these places were shut down. Weren't going out to musicals and theater and Broadway and all these kinds of things. And so, as they were trying to, sort of come back and build an audience back, they had to do different things. They'd lost all the revenue. And so I'll let the video play, and you'll see kind of what the creativity that happened here in terms of how they were able to sort of still generate revenue, even though there was a lot of empty seats.
Los teatros todavía estamos con este tema de algunas butacas bloqueadas.
Yo hubo un momento en el que realmente pensé, no voy a volver a pisar un escenario.
El teatro es lo que nos hace vivir y no teníamos ingresos económicos.
So think about that here, right? Think about Target or Old Navy or Forever 21 or one of these fashion brands basically saying, look, how do we get in front of a different audience? And here you have a theater that has a problem that they can't fill the seats, right? Coming back from COVID. So they say, okay, well, let's team up with the fashion brand. Let's fill the seats with mannequins, but let's dress the mannequins in the clothes from these retailers that they're trying to promote and sell, and put QR codes on them, and people can kind of get exposure to that. Completely different way of thinking, completely location-based, right, in that venue, in that place, and engaging people. And yet, it's not how we normally think about, delivering, an offer or a coupon or, the things that we've kind of explored, over time, or even metaverse. This is physical world engagement, right? So I'll leave you with those thoughts this morning, just as to kind of wake up a little bit and kind of as we go into the day. And we've got, as I said, a number of different panels and things happening today and discussions. And then just as a reminder for those of you who are sticking around, at 3 p.m. today, we have the tour of the stores in the mall where we get to see some of this technology in action, sponsored by Intel, Cisco, and Wait Time. And then at the end of that tour, correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, we have a bit of fun that's built into that, where we're going to be doing some go-karting and axe throwing and cocktails. Hopefully we don't have the cocktails before the axe throwing. I don't know. Maybe we need to think about the order of those things, or order of operations around that. But yeah, so hopefully you're able to stick around and join us for some of that as well. And then I'll be back later at the end of the day to kind of recap and share kind of where we're going next. But if you're not part of the LBMA, get involved in the LBMA. You'll hear from Karsten a little bit later too about some of the other programs we have in terms of our best retail cases platform, our case study platform, our jury competitions, our different things that we do around the world. But yeah, thanks for your time this morning. Appreciate it. I'm just putting up the slide.
The slide? That's good. Perfect. Just grab a seat and microphones check if they're working. Amazing. So, looks good.
Here we go. This is it.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, that is.
Full screen?
I will.
Is
Let me sync it first.
By the way, I have the blue mic. I'm the Democrat on the stage.
Is that one of
He's
the
Republican, I
the
guess.
Republican on the stage.
Wow.
Wow.
We're going to debate.
Endlessly debate.
Right. Why is that not? Where's the full screen?
I don't know.
Icon. There we go. Okay. All yours.
All right, fine. Very warm welcome to our first panel of the day. I'm super excited to have with me Andrew and Alex today to discuss a bit about data analytics. And this is definitely the wrong slide, but I'm just back.
Kind of freaked me out there a second.
Yeah, is it? You jumped on you? Here we go. Here we go. Unlocking retail data analytics. Yeah. So it's a big word, but you already heard from Asif that a lot of data and informations are around in that space. I think for retailers and brands, it's very hard to understand which of the data they can use and what the outcome of it is. And so from our experience, I'm running the LBMA since 10 years in Europe, and so what we see there is that a lot of brands and retailers are super confused about the different kinds of data sets, different approaches to the data, because you don't have to forget if you're a brand like, for example, MediaMarkt or Rewe, or you can name them, Kaufland, Lidl and Schwarzmöbel, Aldi. So if you're a brand like this one, you have your own innovation departments. Those guys are very well educated, they're very well focused on their own business, and especially in Europe and in Germany, we're superstars of logistics and supply chain. So this is what we really can do, so automate things. And so we have on the one side these huge departments in the retailers or brands, but on the other side we have thousands of companies and vendors who try to sell those brands some of their new solutions. Maybe good, maybe not good, sometimes good quality, sometimes bad quality, but only think about the evaluation process those guys have to face when they go through these new challenges and these new approaches by these startups, established companies, whatever. Everybody's trying to get into that market. So at the end of the day, there are a couple of people responsible at the brand or at the retailer to make the decision if this is worth to spend some time first, and then evaluate if we want to spend some money in there. So this is a kind of funnel that's very, very steep, and I think this is a thing we can discuss about data analytics. The possibilities are great. The other side is how we as an industry association, this is what we are at the LBMA, make it easier for our members or partners in both directions, so brands, retailers, to understand how to do this. And this is what the panel is about unlocking the data and the possibilities. So I'm super happy to have Andrew with me and Alex, and I want to give over the microphone to both of them just to introduce themselves. Why are they here and what is the reason behind it to sit with me on the panel? So we had a great conversation already on the dinner, so I know that's going to be fun for us all now. So Andrew, please kick that off.
Thank you. Welcome to everybody to the Mall of America and to the Twin Cities if you haven't been here before. My name is Andrew Eklund, the founder of Cicerone, and we are the longest serving digital agency in the Twin Cities. I started the agency in 1995 as a digital agency. So back then we were counting log files and web hits as being visitors. Actually, that's not true. I remember my clients reporting back to their boards that we had 23 million visitors to our website last month because they were looking at like every time a page loads and every asset on that page loads. Those were called hits. And so my analytics journey has gone from log file analytics to where we are today, which is really, in my opinion, the dawn of AI, which I believe will solve many of the cross-channel, cross-functional problems that we've had in analytics and the siloed approach that analytics has had really since day one.
All right. Thank you, Alex.
Hi, Alex Garcia. I came from retail, Walmart, Target, most recently with Bed Bath & Beyond. My role with analytics has been always to the lens of solving complex challenges. Think about strategy transformation, strategy execution, operational excellence, through leveraging the capabilities of analytics. What's been interesting is, for me, analytics go beyond the scope that people think about, because when you think about solving a complex challenge, you need the support of finance, right? So there's going to be financial analytics that will help you understand what are the outcomes you need to deliver to help the business meet their short-term, mid-term objectives. It also will help you build the proper business cases, right, to give you confidence that your solutions will deliver on that. You need the support of customer and HR analytics to understand the problem through the lens of the customers or your associates. And then over time, at some point, you'll need to go back to them potentially to get the answers of the why X behavior is showing up, right? So that helps you build the proper solutions. And at the end, you need the support of the core analytics teams, right? Think about the business, merchandising, supply chain, inventory, stores, digital, that will help you, first of all, identify the right problem to solve first. For me, that's always half of the battle. And then secondly, through the partnership with the business and then build the proper solutions. What I've seen in my career, a lot of those solutions are analytical solutions. And it could be a third-party solution, could be an internally built solution. And then at the end, when you bring to life that solution, you need to build the proper feedback loop that will enable the business to sustain your solution, but also over time to drive continuous improvement. So I've seen this. What's for me fascinating is that there's some problems in retail that are still a problem. And think about out of stocks every year. There's new incoming solutions that will solve this problem. The problem hasn't been solved. So what I've seen is this up and down of business getting better, then things get lost, you go back to having that problem again. But also how problems that you couldn't solve in the past now are being enabled to be solved through the upcoming of new technologies like machine learning, AI, etc.
All right. So let's jump a step back. So when we had our conference last time in Atlanta, I was sitting at the speaker's dinner. Actually, it was the after-show party together with Kami. And she was explaining us, and this is about quality of data, and this is a thing we have definitely to discuss. So if you ask in a class of 10-year-old children, place a chair in the middle of that classroom and ask each kid, where is this chair positioned? And each kid will answer you a different solution for the question. So one kid will answer, it's in the middle of the classroom. The other kid is saying, it's standing on the floor. The next is saying, it is in my school. The next one is, it's in our county, whatever. So all of these informations are technically right, but they're not helping us to solving the problem. And this Andrew stepped into that, and I want to go deeper in that data quality thing right now and understanding of it is, what it is about. And this is, I think, before we going into machine learning and all those things and artificial intelligence to make it better and better and better, but at the end of the day, it's just, what we are talking about. Andrew, so what's your experience on that? So,
I think one of the biggest mistakes that we have made, and when I say we, I'm a marketer. So I want to make sure that everyone understands that. I'm not your supply chain expert or anything like that. I'm driving traffic into stores and trying to extract as much value from that consumer as possible. I believe that one of the biggest problems that analytics has had is that it's always the last thing that happens. And so it's the caboose on the train. And what that means is that all of the other cars that come before it, and what is the engine, right? The engine might be product, brand, and so forth. All of those other cars are special interests, right? And when I mean special interest, I mean every touch point of the customer journey is a special interest. And that analytics group, the poor analytics group, is reporting up through all of these channels, basically talking about how is my channel performing. And the holistic approach never really happens. And so I don't want to say that analytics is sort of a CYA activity, but I can tell you, because I've been with a lot of brands over many, many years, that analysts are oftentimes asked, how is my work performing? But when you look at it holistically, it's not always happening. And so that might be that it's a shared it should be a shared responsibility between a CIO and a CMO, and they don't collaborate. It might be that the CMO came up through sales and brand and doesn't really understand analytics and data and would frankly love it if it all went away. You know, there's a lot of different sort of human dynamics that are a part of analytics that I think prevent it from fully realizing the potential. So, a couple weeks ago, I was actually speaking at another conference. I won't even mention them. Not in your space, but I was listening to a professional from HP, which is very interesting. And when he came in, he restructured everything. And what he did was he put an analyst at the top of the org chart for each discipline, and then had everybody who was a channel person report up to that person. It was honestly the first time I had heard it, at least on a stage. And I thought that that fundamentally changes everything, because the person at the top of the food chain is now looking for the answer that was asked yesterday when we were here. The answer is, what about the customer journey? How do we get all the touch points of the customer journey? Well, how you do it is you organize yourself around it. And very, very few organizations are organizing themselves around amassing all of the data, from which you can start to understand what is quality, right? So in order to have a good outcome, and frankly, there was actually an analyst that sat above the analysts who could then pull everything together into an actual empirical view of what is happening and what is not happening. And so I think that a lot of the challenges that we have, I think that we have some legacy issues around data and analytics, whereby it's almost entirely about performance of specific things versus overall performance of a brand, of a product category, of a market condition, of an economic outcome. And if you really just look at businesses and how they're organized, I think that you will find that analytics is almost always the caboose, except for maybe one category, which would be D2C brands, which started natively as digital brands and understand sort of how the whole journey works. Plus, they got to start from scratch. They didn't have any legacy technology to deal with. There's no green screens. You don't have to hire some COBOL programmers to like figure out where the data is someplace. You know, they started fresh. And then I think that is a lot of inspiration that we can take is oftentimes from them.
Alex, your experience on that, you were facing a lot of wrong data, I think, in your companies you're working with that.
Yes.
So how was that, just out of the machine room?
I can talk probably the two biggest challenges with data in retail is, first one is data quality is always suspect the lower you go into the data, right? So overall business enterprise data is going to be reasonably accurate, but you start going into subcategories, even down to the item level, the data becomes very suspect. Now, this is important because as we move into this world of analytics, machine learning, the value of it is not solving a problem at the highest level, but start building solutions that are surgical, right? You start solving problems at the item store level. That for me is the value of what you can enable, right, through data and analytics. So that's always a challenge. That is really messy when you go to that lower level. And the second challenge is that going back to your holistic view, the data in retail is fragmented, right? So you have merchants owning their data, supply chain owns their data, the marketing owns their data, and they might even be in different platforms. So how do you bring all of this data together is a challenge. And you'll be surprised that big retailers still rely heavily in Excel to be able to pull data through Alteryx or other solutions, aggregate it, and try to develop one view of the data, because right now all this data is fragmented and it's not together. So for me, those are two of the major challenges I see with data in retail.
Yeah, you mentioned already so different kinds of data sets. That brings me to the next point. So, and Andrea, I love this the statement from your side. So, search first for the problem and then search for the solution, not the other way around. And this is very often happening. So I can present you this fancy, cool dashboard, and as you heard yesterday, so we are running this Arrive indoor navigation thing, which allows us to position and wayfinding. And every customer I talk to, a potential partner, the first question after they understood the product is, oh, how we can use that for data analytics? And then Elizabeth and her team is more or less in charge, because we're not an analytics company, but the demand is there because it's obviously an easy explanation if I'm doing my job good or bad. And more often, and this, Andrew, I love really on your statement, is it's human-driven. It's human-driven decisions for or against a solution at the end of the day. So let's jump into that, and then we go into how we handle this big data thing. Yeah.
This is an anecdote, but it was really based on Asif's presentation this morning. I thought that example of the sponsorship using data for retail to understand sponsorship was really interesting. And the reason it was interesting to me is that I know a lot of brands spend a lot of money on sponsorships, and oftentimes when you peel back the layers, it's oftentimes, why did you pick that why did you pick that brand? And it is oftentimes vanity driven, right? It's purely vanity driven. I want to sponsor the Vikings because I want to get season tickets for the Vikings for free, and then I can bring my clients there, and it's good entertainment. And it's loosey-goosey data, right? If I were to use your data and to find out that if in fact the people who went to the Viking stadiums, none of them actually went to your stores before, I could start to now add some color through empirical data to say that the sponsorship is not paying off. It is not driving store traffic, and maybe you could save your money and invest it elsewhere or find a new sponsor. And vanity is a strong data point. It's human emotion. And I think that is something that we have, as marketers especially, we're right-brain people, right? So emotions drive everything. And I think that when you can find data points like that to say, maybe we don't have to do that, and we can find somebody that is literally more endemic to who we are and is more who our customers are, that would be great. And by the way, I also I don't know if you did, but I thought that the mannequin thing, that was one of the best case studies I've ever seen. I mean, that is such a brilliant execution on so many parts. And there was one word that was left out of that, and it was entirely empathetic. It was empathetic to the theater community, to things that are rich in culture, and it is absolutely brand associative to that. So I just wanted to do some shout outs because it was really great. Just a couple of those examples.
So we have the human on the one side, on the other side we have lots and lots of data, and we are all in that space for a couple of years or longer, decades in my case, and obviously also in yours. And one of the golden rules of the last years before pandemic was collect all that data. Data is the new gold. We can do such amazing things with data. And so now I'm looking back, this 8 years or what else, 10 years ago when they started, where is this gold now? So this I want to hand over to you guys. So is there any improvement made out of it, or we are trying to sell the same kind of data or same kind of just kind of weak data sets if you look deeper into that like we did it in the past? Because now we have more sensors, we have more to collect, but what does it mean at the end of the day? So frequency measurement in shopping malls, honestly, it's a really old stuff. So we had this light barriers, okay, we weren't accurate or gave you an idea how many people are there. Then we used camera systems. This is 10, 15 years ago, so it's nothing brand new. So it's now easier, more convenient, as we learned yesterday. 13-year-old stadium is obviously out of shelf time in terms of technology sometimes, so you have to reinstall that. But I will hand over that to you guys.
Yeah, so what we've seen, of course, as we've been discussing, the increase on the processing power that has happened probably in the next 10, 15 years. We're collecting more data than ever. So part of the challenge, to your point, is how do you start translating this data, right, into products that can enable the business to drive value, right? So that's something important. But also, reality is that in many instances, still, even though with all the advancement, scalability still becomes the biggest challenge, right? To be able to deploy those solutions across big retailers like Target and Walmart. So, and I can give you an example, right? We have video cameras in retail, right? One of the biggest challenges that we had when I was in one of the big retailers was when you look at a bread area, it's usually a table. That table is not planogram, and then it is hard to know when you're in stock, out of stock, what products you have on the table. So, but interestingly, in many of those retailers, you have a camera just on top of that table, right? So the question is, A, can you train your algorithms to, number one, identify what products do you have on the table, As you do that, can you help me understand at some point, am I out of stock or not of the items that should be on that table? If I am out of stock of that item, can you go and check into the backroom data to understand, do I have that item or not on the backroom? And if the item is in the backroom, can you send a signal to the team member to bring that product into the shelf or into the table? And if it's not on the backroom, can then you create an order, right? Automatically order to make sure that you have that product coming into the store. So it suddenly enabled, create a very amazing proof point that if you can leverage your video that you have there, you already make the investment to help you manage inventory and product for bakery, that's drives significant value for the company. Now, maybe 10 years ago you couldn't do something like that, but as recently you have now the processing power to enable this to be deployed not to one store but to all stores and start taking care of your customer.
I have a question for you, Alex. So is that the data sets that you're talking about to enable that almost real time?
Yes, that's real time.
Right. So are those systems that previously talked to one another, or is that when we were talking about that earlier? It's like, you've got data in sort of all these different silos, different systems, and so forth. I guess what's the API among those to tie all of that together, or is that a human person doing that?
No,
well, I mean, not in real time, but
that's
we can have factories of people doing that. Right?
Yes, and that's interesting because that's part of the developing the solution. So to begin with, the video data is there, right? But it's not being consumed. So part of the question is, as you start developing these solutions, is how real time do you want this to be, right? Is it every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour, every 2 hours? So part of the solution is that, right? So how do you create from the data that you're collecting a snapshot of what is happening with that table and how frequently you need to do that, right? Second part of that, to your point, is your inventory or your backroom data lives in a different place, right? So part of the question is how do you bring that data? And again, what is the frequency to bring that data into this solution or this API so that you can start pulling that data with certain frequency? And then if you think about in the ordering, that is a completely different system, a completely different solution. So it will require for you to develop a way to, or the pipeline, right, of information to consume that data back and forth, but also to create, to your point, solutions that can go into a system and then intervene into that system to potentially create an order without human intervention, but also a feedback loop to let the merchant know or the inventory manager know that there's been an order created, so that you have a human knowledge, because it could be that the inventory manager was planning to make an order, so at least give them visibility. We make these orders for these stores. If you made an order, can you cancel that? Or you can make the right decision, right, for the business. So it also will require the art of humans. It's not fully automated to make sure that these systems are making the right decisions. As you know, in retail, there's multiple decisions happening constantly at the same time. So you need a way to provide visibility to the right teams.
Yeah, and I think that what's interesting listening to Alex too is that what we really have is, again, an outdated model, which is sort of, we need to, in order to solve this problem, we need to onboard a monolithic solution like an SAP or something like this in order to do all of that, right? And that to me is a rather 20th century, early 21st century model. And because I think what we're seeing now, and I'm not trying to pivot to the AI side, but really what happens is that people don't want to have to do that, because now you have another 3-year SAP integration project before you can actually have one light on the highway go green. And this has been, this is how people over the last 50 years made so much money in the IT systems world. And so I think what we're looking at is what is the interoperability of platforms and data standards that allow a middleware, if you will, to use another outdated term, some sort of middleware that can integrate the data sets from across the different platforms, regardless of how they're built, what platform, what coding language, all of this. How do you normalize the data out of it and then add some machine learning to it to make the decisioning? And that's, it's very cumbersome and it's very labor intensive to tie these systems together. And I can guarantee you, because the crypto world died last year and a whole bunch of other things died last year, and that's what everybody's spending their money to solve these problems right now, right? So the AI boom is all about how do we do that so that we can decentralize away from monolithic solutions.
Yeah. Let's go one step back. And so we had now, most of the topic in our conversation was supply chain thing. It's logistics. At the end of the day, it's how I bring the right product at the right time, at the right place to the right customer to make this available. It's like an online shop. It's very hard to do it in physical locations, multi-locations, and this is what we are talking about. Location-based means this micro-location of that piece of bread. Can we track this? Is asset tracking at the end of the day, so we have to have information about the product. They're looking very similar, especially when it comes to bread and things like that, so even the packaging is very similar, so we make this harder. So, but on the other side, we have this demand chain. Yeah, we have this demand side of this story where we, want to make things available. Yeah, because when you market things and say, all right, this product is available in this store, you can go there, and the customer's coming there, it's not there, you know all the story. Yeah, everybody had been at IKEA and want to buy some stuff, wasn't there. So then it comes together, and then it's critical, and then it's critical in terms because you were advertising something which is you're not able to deliver. And this is crucial, and this is what location-based marketing is about, and where solutions can help to support the sales process. And let's go into that, and also how we can use modern technologies to solve the problem. Have you any examples for that? You?
Yes. So that's interesting, and that's going back to my first comment, right? With out of stocks, that's endemic issue, has been in retail forever.
Yep.
And so from location base, right? One of the challenges that I've seen in retail is your inventory data on the shelf is very inaccurate. And I can tell you, working for large retailers, your inventory accuracy in your store is about 60 to 50% accurate. And that's a big challenge, right? Because it's either you assume you have the product that is not there, or you are assuming you have product, or you're assuming you're out of stock when the product is there, right? And both conditions will drive you either too much inventory or a long time out of stock. I can tell you, when I was working in retail, out of stocks tend to live for a long time. We're not talking about one day product comes in and you're out of stock. There's out of stocks that could last a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Because there's a systemic issue that is happening there. So for me, one of the biggest challenges in solving this issue, right, is how do you get to better and more accurate information about the inventory that is in the shelves. FCs have a better process, DCs have a better process. I can tell you that in the past we use Retail Insight as an example of a third-party company that have an algorithm that can predict lost sales. So they are using sales rate to try to predict an out of stock. But for me, that's probably the biggest challenge that I've seen that can prevent you, right, to be able to react to what the customers need. So that's number one as a challenge. And that challenge hasn't been solved. Still a challenge today with most of the retailers. The second part, and depending on what type of product you are, there's product that you have a short lead time, becomes easier to react, but there's going to be a component on promotion, right? And I've seen this where there's either an assumption that sales are going to go up when sales don't go up, so you end up having too much inventory, or there's a situation where sales went up more than what you were expecting, and it's hard to react to that, right? So getting into, and that's where I go into item store location forecasting becomes very critical. Because a lot of the times you make assumptions based on change. So hey, I'm going to see a 20% lift in sales, and you make an assumption that every store is going to behave the same. But if you can be more targeted and more segmented to say, okay, I see that these stores will have a 50%, I see that these stores probably won't see any lift, so let's not do more. That's where you start to enable the power to react to what the customers need in a more surgical way. And there's a bigger challenge that happens when you have a long lead time, and I don't want to go there, but as you're importing, that becomes a bigger challenge to manage, as your ability to react quickly to customer needs, it's more challenging.
And of course, for e-commerce companies, pure e-commerce companies, this isn't a problem, right? So, you know, most quality e-commerce brands, catalog, so forth, product e-commerce companies, their inventory management is connected to their content management. And so when you go to buy a product online, it'll tell you in real time whether it's in stock or out of stock, or there's 3 left or 2 left. I mean, you could even do price adjustments based upon that, right? From a scarcity. It's the last one. Hey, maybe we should up the price a little bit. And that's why I said the D2C brands tend to have a leg up in all of this, because they have the ability to build from the ground up. And you know, if you're a quality e-commerce store, you can't sell products that aren't available, right? There's no good feedback loop to say, oh, sorry, you know, the transaction went through and now we're gonna have to credit your account because of what you said. You know, that's a problem. That would be a customer experience whereby you would never use the retailer again. So I find that really fascinating. And I think that there's the pandemic, certainly, there's almost 2 walls now. There's the e-commerce wall, and then there's the physical store wall. And I think because of the pandemic and the urgency to sell online, I feel like a lot of things were solved in a very short amount of time around that, being able to tie inventory and availability right into the customer experience. And I think it's the physical retail side of the business that's having to catch up to all of that, because the expectations of the consumer are, I don't want to look at your back office. I want the same experience in the store that I would have online. And if I have any friction, I'm going to go to the one where there's less friction, unless I'm purely being entertained. Mall of America is a great example. Do you go here to shop, or do you go here to experience the mall and maybe you buy something? You know, it's not like it's not like going to the grocery store or to Costco and go beeline for the pulled chicken and get out when you come to the Mall of America.
I disagree by Costco, but this is a German thing, because we love that in huge stores. So, okay, so we have the supply side, we have the demand side, we have marketing aspect, we have accuracy. At the end of the day, it's about the question, is something there or not? What we're predicting, people in marketing, are they coming? How we can monetize that? And we're facing off in the question how we can make this happen. So on the storefront, and we have the last 5 to 10 minutes, and so we'll open the question also to you guys now. But lastly, it is helping making more and better business and better understanding and creating easy products out of it. It's more important than to have the accurate number of a specific thing, because if you just oversell yourself by doing those, and we had that, because Germans, we love numbers. Yeah, we had this, oh, this is 100% accurate, and this is 100% this size and category and what on. And did you make any money out of it? Or just to spend this kind of money you earned maybe into your data analytics team and things like that? So there's also to balance it out a bit. So I think it was a great example for this. We can have a whole conference about data analytics in retail, honestly. So we can talk about endless aisles and all those kind of things. They're possible, but at the end of the day, we want to drive people into stores or into online shops, and people are doing it great. And this is maybe my last comment on that before I open to the question is, so there are coming new players every day or every week or every month into that space. So a great example is a sports company, a sports retailer out of France called Decathlon. So sports retail was almost dead in Europe. Everybody said, oh no, that's not something we want to spend money into, it's dead. So all the old models were not working. And then Decathlon came, teamed up with a huge IT company, in this case, Diebold Nixdorf, and they built it from scratch, omni-channel company. Physical stores, online stores, 100% connected, same screen, same inventory, a lot of freedom for the stores, what they want to display, what they not want to display. You can go to every store, buy everything what's available in that online shop, and it's seamless. Integration in payment with the loyalty card, all the things. And they're making a huge success. They're opening 50 stores this year alone in Germany. And we're talking about big stores. This is one thing. And the other thing, don't forget the manufacturers. Doesn't matter where are they based, in Asia, in China, whatever. They have now the knowledge what you want to have as a brand. They can deliver the quality. They have now the technology and they have the money to make their own business running. And you see now the first fashion brands out of China, out of Asia coming, providing service, a retail store in North America and in Europe. You could not see if you're on TikTok or something where this store is based. They can produce that, they can ship that, and they just sneak their way around. Talk to those guys also. Yeah, and I will open to the audience. Are there questions? Come on, who will do the first question of the day? I'm not leaving the stage until that. Doug, thank you.
So my question concerns dirty data. How do you clean up data? How do you determine what is good data, right data that you should base your decisions on versus what is data that needs to be ignored or in some cases just parked away and left somewhere so you don't have it muddying the clean data?
For me, data should be about, and I don't mean to be philosophical, should be about truth. Either something happened or it didn't happen. And if I have to interpret whether or not an ad was delivered or not delivered, or if I have to understand whether an audience is real or not real, it makes it almost impossible to make decisions. And so I need empirical data that proves that this person actually did something. And if I can base, I think less is more when it comes to data. Find the empirical data sets that identify, just sort of like you were saying, the opportunity to over-engineer analytics is there every single day, and you will cloud your vision the more data points that you put in place. So simplifying the data points, the decision architecture about what you're trying to actually do, and then find as many empirical data points that you, I shouldn't say as many, find the correct data points and focus all of your attention on making those true. I think that you'll find that you'll make the same decision you would have had you over-engineered something. That's one thing that humans are going to be able to continue to do, is use gut, use feel, use a lot of that sort of like inference of like, look, it's good enough for me to make a decision, and I can do that. And I think that that is something that good enough, engineers don't like good enough. Marketers love good enough. In fact, the more good enough, the better. So I think that that is, that's always some tension in all of that. But I think it's find the things that you can know factually and base your decisions around that. And every once in a while, there's supportive layers that you may be able to layer in to get maybe a deeper understanding of those points. So either something happened or it didn't. And if you can't answer that, how important is it that you know it? Because sometimes you realize it's not critical that I don't know that. It'd be nice, but I don't have to know it.
Patrick. Yeah.
So I'm just curious, how do you balance confirmation bias when you're looking at data? Because I think data can show you whatever you want it to show, right? How do you take a step back and take the extra time to be able to balance finding how the data can inform the next step or the next project versus just jumping in and looking for an answer?
That is a good question. And when I was running an analytics team in my previous role at Walmart, we used to have a process for developing of analytics, right? Where you start with a hypothesis, but at every step of that process, we used to have a check and balance, and I call it a peer review, right? So you always have another team member, or you might have a group that will see how the process is being developed, what are the hypotheses they're developed, what is the analysis they did, is that analysis sound or not, and start bringing objectivity into the process of developing insights in a way that by the time you get to the end, the process is with integrity done, is objectively done, and you get to the right answer. So that for me was very important. You need to manage that process, but also you need to bring these checks and balances to that. I would like to add on the previous questions, for data, we used to have validation processes, right? So when you think about data, data is virtual. there's always going to be a need to have a physical check and balance. So when you think about inventory, how do we know that the inventory data is inaccurate? Because we have a yearly inventory done by a third party that will tell you, okay, this is the quality of your data. When we were working on the DCs, you have physical receipts, right? That becomes your check and balance with your visual data. And in some cases, you just need to go with your team and do your own validation of the data so that you can gain that confidence that the data is either good or not. And if it's not good, then do why, right? You can problem solve on that.
Patrick, I'd also add that I think that there need to be many more shared KPIs across disciplines so that you don't have confirmation bias. You're all agreeing to one outcome. Yep. It may be...
Where's the chair?
Yeah, where's the chair? Did we make money or not? Right? I don't really care if your data points over here are saying one thing and you're saying the other thing, but if the outcome isn't that we made money or drove store traffic or through SKUs, then it sort of doesn't matter. So to me, that's the problem with analytics being at the back half or the very back of everything, is that if we put it up front, it can solve a lot of confirmation bias because you're not going to be held accountable to whether or not your KPI, your personal KPI was hit or not. It doesn't matter anymore. It matters whether the collective transaction happened or whatever the sort of monster KPI is that we're all trying to go for. I think confirmation bias is one of the greatest human bias and human problems that we have in all this that prevents most decisions from happening.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah. It's the last one for this panel.
Andrew, you mentioned AI early on in the presentation. Do you care to speculate, looking out a year from now, what tricky questions AI is going to help answer in terms of unlocking data to give you insights and answers?
So there's an area of large language models that's sort of piquing a lot of interest called AutoGPT. And AutoGPT is the ability for cross-platform, for you to put AI in motion to solve a business problem across programming languages that will synthesize into a solution across many different platforms or data sets. So I think things like AutoGPT, which can essentially write software to solve problems across other languages, because software is language, right? So an LLM, a large language model, that's why when you go to ChatGPT and ask it to do something and say spit it out in Python, it'll spit out crisp, almost perfect code. And I think and that's just to solve one thing. I think it's going across the silos that things like AutoGPT will do. So I think a lot of this sort of middleware that we talked about of getting systems to talk to one another, I think that AI absolutely can solve many of those problems. Secondarily, I think that, look, I was at a conference recently where we were talking about Google, and the question, and really what it came down to is what happens when Google becomes answer, right? Not Google search, but Google answer, where you ask it, it gives it the answer. It's trustworthy enough that it's empirical enough, right? To me, it's the same thing. Whether it's Google Analytics or BI or anybody else, they're all investing in AI in a massive scale right now so that a marketer or a retailer or a infrastructure person can go in and ask a question. Who is my most valuable customer? How many are there? And how do I find more of them? And it gives you the answer. Yeah. Right now, that is a very difficult question to answer, that you can't ask a system to do that. Like you said, you've got crosstabs in Excel doing these things. I mean, it is the most antiquated thing ever. And so I do expect that a year from now, or much sooner than that, a lot of these problems are going to be solved, because I've been going to analytics conferences for 25 years, and we still ask the same questions. So it's ripe for innovation.
I read a snapshot of how Campbell's Soup is using AI insights for new product development. And, you know, instead of panels, surveys, focus groups, et cetera, like that, they're using AI to unlock the potential. And what they came up with was a ghost pepper soup that's 15 times spicier than their current spiciest soup. And AI gave them the insight that that could be a winning product.
I use it now every day. I use ChatGPT. And then I always do a race between it and Bard to see how the answers come out. I use it every day for audience definition and persona development to get deeper insights into audience categories. And it has been a game changer for me. I would say it's saved 90% of the effort to get things to market much faster.
Yeah. So that's, I think, a good closing of that group. I want to remind you, at the end of the day, human beings are prompting those systems. You have to evaluate the data and have a look on it, even with systems you mentioned before. Is it worth to, is it good enough? Or we need more information to make the right decision? Prove it. At the end of the day, technology is a helping hand. It's not overtaking us, because we are all in an age that we have kids or grandchild, something like that. So they will grow up in a total different world, and a total different understanding what it is. And for those people, it is more important how the product is presented on TikTok or another social media channel, and then delivered by somebody he may never heard about before because an influencer said to them, that's interesting. So nothing helps if one of these guys comes and do the stuff in the right way. And they were facing a lot of challenges. We can particularly help with data, but not solve the problem at the end of the day, which retail has. So thank you very much. A great panel. We have to think about a follow-up maybe on a video chat, a Zoom call, to make more content available for all members all over the globe. And when it comes to data, as we had yesterday, this is the analytics out of YouTube. Sorry for that. It's 100 people watching the stream. And we know all, if you click on, I'm not going to allow Google to have my data, don't allow cookies, then we're not allowed to capture this number, so we don't know how many people out there right now. I guess it's a lot. Thank you very much for this panel, and we're going into a short coffee break. It's powered by Arrive. What a coincidence.
So if I could get Jared and his crew up here. And first of all, as they're coming up here, I want to say that one of the things that I love about the LBMA and what we've been able to build over the years is partnerships with other associations. So like you saw with Nick yesterday with the VR AR Association, and we've had a long relationship with Nathan Pettyjohn, who runs that organization, and that whole crew, and we're able to kind of tap into their expertise and their networks and bring that kind of knowledge to the LBMA community. In a similar way, we have a partnership with the IFBTA, which is the International Food and Beverage Technology Association. And through that, Jared and the crew here on the restaurant side is going to share some insights with us. So I just want to acknowledge the IFBTA as well, and Lauren and Rob and the group over there for the good work that they're doing. So please come up, guys. Thanks. Okay, I think we're good.
I was going to say good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jared Pfeiffer. I am the publisher of Food on Demand. Food on Demand is a digital media company. We are part of Franchise Times Corporation. So we produce Franchise Times Magazine, Restaurant Finance and Development Conference, the Restaurant Finance Monitor. If any of you are local, we do food service news and the Charlie Awards here in the Twin Cities. And like Andrew, I am here in Minneapolis, so if you're not from here, welcome, and be happy you're here in June versus the winter months. Like Aziz had mentioned, I am here probably because I am based in the Twin Cities, and we work with the IFBTA. And when they had approached me about participating in the event, they said, we want to have a conversation about restaurants and the technology side and how that works with this audience as well. And so they had given me an overview. So I'm going to read the overview of the topic. Or of the panel that we're going to touch on. COVID has wreaked havoc on the restaurant sector. Technology and innovations are what has helped and even saved restaurants as they transform how they operate, not just to survive, but to thrive. In this new connected and contactless era, this panel will explore everything from online ordering, self-checkouts, touchless payments, delivery, pickup. The F&B industry can no longer afford to ignore these trends, as they are helping businesses reinvent themselves and remain relevant and competitive. So I read that because as a media company, as a group that does events ourselves, we don't focus on, since probably early 22, maybe late 2021, we don't focus on COVID. We try not to talk about post-COVID. That said, the reality is we're a media company that does events in the restaurant space, two of the industries that probably were hurt the most during COVID. So the reality is coming out of that, much has changed. And part of the reason these gentlemen are here to participate. So technology is the backbone for off-premises, and Food on Demand is a media group focused on the delivery and off-premises side for the restaurant market. So today we're going to talk about various technologies. Obviously through my lens, we'll be leaning towards that off-premises side. We'll talk about online ordering, kiosks, food lockers, virtual restaurants, automation, you name it. So with that said, I'd like to introduce these two gentlemen. We're very fortunate because they have two very different backgrounds from two very different restaurant groups. And Doug Davis is the Information Systems Coordinator for Monocle's Pizza. And Mike Pate is the Point of Sale Manager for Barbecue Holdings. So I'm going to let each one of them tell us who they are, a little bit about their company so they can provide a little color and context before we get started with our conversation. So Mike, why don't we start with you?
Yep, sure. Good morning, everybody. As Jared said, my name is Michael Pate. I'm the Point of Sale Manager for Barbecue Holdings. Barbecue Holdings is a multi-brand owner, operator, franchiser of many different restaurant chains. And my job there is to make things easy. Whether that's for the C-suite, focused on sales, my job is to make their lives easier. Whether that's for the restaurant management staff, my job is to make theirs easier. Whether it's for the guest that just wants to come in and enjoy our food, my job is to make their lives easier. So, very excited to be here today.
Great, thank you. Doug, how about you?
Well, for those of you that were here yesterday, I'm Pizza Doug, but my name is Doug Davis. I am the Information Systems Coordinator for Monocle Pizza Corporation. I've been basically the head of IT for Monocle's for over 26 years. We are a 65-restaurant Monocle's Pizza. That is our one and only brand, our one and only product, and we have restaurants throughout Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Missouri. All of our corporate locations, which is about 50% of those, are located in Illinois, and I oversee all the IT needs and operations in terms of computers and point-of-sale systems for all the corporate stores, and I have a team of 4 that do that. I actually hold an additional title, which might be relevant here. I thank Asif for inviting the IFBTA. I am the co-chairman of the Chicago chapter of the International Food and Beverage Technology Association, along with my buddy Sam Stanovich from Big Chicken. And together we have some exciting stuff going on in the big windy city as we meet there to discuss the wins and the losses, the challenges, just all things restaurateuring. And so that's kind of why I was invited onto this panel today.
Thank you. So as you can see, we've got a regional pizza group and a large multi-brand company that continues to expand. So we're going to have a couple different perspectives, which is going to be very, very good for the conversation. So jumping right in, one of the things that I have seen, that we have seen come to the forefront for restaurants over the last couple of years is online ordering. Obviously, a goal for many restaurants is to drive first-party ordering, not only from a profitability perspective, but to own the customer data, right? Doug, Monocle Pizza is a pizza company. Pizza is where delivery started. How has online ordering changed, and what are some of the things that you guys are doing now that you might not have been doing a handful of years ago?
Well, I can say that as short a time ago as 2010, Monocle's Pizza did not have online ordering. We had done everything via the telephone. In fact, it was just in 2000 itself that we actually started accepting credit cards. We were a cash and check business only. So we have gone through a lot of machinations over the last 20 years, and I've been thankful to be a part of all of that and to help make that happen. One of the coolest things we did in 2010 is we adopted an off-the-shelf point of sale, went away from writing our own code, and a part of that was then to go with online ordering. We've taken it the next step and actually written our own app that interfaces with our point of sale system that gives easy access for people. And the most exciting thing we've done in the last year and a half, the old app was basically just a front end that you tap it and it would let you scroll through a list of stores, and you could choose which state if you wanted to narrow that list down, but all you had was a list of stores by name. We went to a new version, which happens to be location-based marketing. Hello. So you go into the app now, you hit location, and it pulls a map up and shows you all the locations, can show you where the nearest one is, give you easy access to call that location or to place an online order, and even click a button and get directions to get yourself to that location. So we've taken that and adopted that location-based technology into an overall app that is a front end for a point of sale. So pretty exciting things. Interestingly enough, yesterday I seemed to be very busy on my phone. Half the time I was playing Pokemon Go, I'll admit it. But the other half of the time we had a computer system go down at one of our stores. And I contacted my technician and said, well, we had backups and we were trying to get additional backup systems, but the CFO says, well, but we're fine. The computers are all up, everything's running, we're great. Well, we ran out of backups, and we didn't have a backup system, and so now I've got one of my medium to large size store that's been offline for 3 days. I know that 35 to 50% of sales come in via the web, so I can tell them that not having a backup cost us 50% of our sales for that location for 3 days. So I think I can make a convincing argument to say we need to have some backup system sitting on the shelf ready to go out when these things happen.
Interesting. having gone from no online ordering 10 years, roughly 10, 12 years ago, to losing 50% of your sales because it's down just in the last 3 days, that is significant. Mike, Barbecue Holdings probably has a much different perspective on that, being a much different brand. What are you guys doing on that?
We do have a different perspective on that. We were lucky enough to be positioned well at many of our brands going into COVID. Of course, COVID becoming one of the greatest sea changes that the restaurant industry will ever see. It really changed the name of the game. All of a sudden, almost overnight, if a restaurant company that you enjoyed going to had a great online ordering presence, had a seamless way for you to buy that food, for you to get that food and eat that food, then immediately their sales were through. If we have a chain that did not have that presence, then we were put into the position to very quickly spin that up. Thankfully enough, we were positioned well for that. I think COVID-19 becoming the make it or break it for our industry, either you had that or you were able to get that quickly enough or you didn't. And there's countless restaurant chains out there that couldn't get to that finish line fast enough. And thankfully we were already on that race.
Well, as I had mentioned earlier, from our perspective at Food on Demand, we were in an area that we felt was one of the fastest growing segments of the restaurant space pre-pandemic, right? And then when that happened, it obviously changed and impacted us quite significantly. However, it also accelerated it. We're really the only media group focused on the off-premises and delivery side of the market within this B2B space. So what we saw coming out of it was that rush of adoption, that rush to the technology solutions. And we just completed our conference this year back beginning of May. And one of the things I said then, and it's absolutely true, I believe, at the time, there was the rush to adopt, the rush to find solutions. If you weren't already embracing delivery, you had to figure something out because that was the only way you were going to survive for 18 to 24 months. Now, it's almost taking a step back where restaurant groups are really analyzing what they need, what their business calls for, and then trying to find the right solutions to build the tech stack that suits those needs. So it's interesting to see that evolution. And of course, the space continues to change very rapidly from pretty much every corner. So, Mike, what's part of the, or what percentage of, Doug had said that, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but that 30 to upwards of 50% of the orders are coming on online and digitally now. What is it across your brands?
Sure. So I don't want to put myself in hot water and reveal full numbers. We have some brands that are, shy of 20%. We have some brands that are pushing 70%. It's really running the gamut. But again, COVID-19 pushed all of our brands to embrace the fact that if we don't have this piece, then we're really just leaving money on the table. And restaurant operations is a constant war for nickel and dimes. That's all it is. The margins are not great. So leaving money on the table is what separates the companies that last, that grow, that become nationwide brands from the companies that don't.
Great segue. I'm going to go a little bit off script, at least from what I had. But you mentioned the tight margins. And what is restaurants is to drive that first party ordering, and of course that comes from marketing and understanding the data and your customers. What are you doing? I guess what are both of you doing to help foster that and encourage your current customers to engage with you directly versus using some of the aggregators or third parties?
Do you want me to go with that one first? I can I can say that it was a number of years ago. We did some analysis, and we had always had our own delivery drivers and had them bring their own personal vehicles. And we started watching the delivery drivers driving nicer vehicles into the parking lot to come to work than the managers. And we asked ourselves that question, how? And it's because the cents per mile, the federal mandated amount that you're paying reimbursement was big. And there's a lot of money there. And we tapped and took a look at the numbers there and asked the question, if we could take a few marketing dollars and take those money that we're paying to our delivery drivers for their mileage and build ourselves a fleet of delivery cars decked out with our logo on the side, would it be a value return? Would it be a good thing? First of all, we'd have a walking, talking billboard that drives around the town saying, get Monocle's Pizza for dinner tonight. Secondly, we guarantee that no matter who's ordering the pizza, they're not going to have to worry about what kind of jalopy pulls up out front. They're going to know the Monocle's driver's there when you see that car, and it lets us take advantage of that in a whole new realm. The residual effect was the insurance company came and said, well, you know, we noticed you've got a brand new fleet of 2021 at the time vehicles, so your cost for we carry liability insurance for all our drivers. We want them to be personally have a license, be insured themselves, but we throw a liability on to protect them and ourselves. They came back and said, well, you know, since you've got these nice, brand new, fully guaranteed leased vehicles that are in top condition, we're going to lower your costs. Anybody here not want to hear from the insurance company telling you they want to lower your cost? Yeah, that was great. So all these additional things made us even more excited about keeping our fleet. And in fact, just recently, another car brand said, you know, you've been driving brand X's cars around, and we've seen them. What if you put those logos on our cars? We'll give you a better lease rate, lower cost, to change your fleet over, which we were getting ready to do anyway. So it's a real win when you start playing with it that way. And so in terms of it, we block third parties, and we guarantee the quality and the people-pleasing people. That's what Monocle's is known for, making sure that we take advantage of the fact that we want that level of service and engagement to our guests brought right down all the way to the delivery drivers and even the vehicles they drive.
Well, and that has been common. So pizza has traditionally been delivered in-house, right? I think it was Papa John's just over about a year ago that was really one of the first to branch out and embrace third party to really augment their internal delivery. But it's obviously different from a group like Barbecue Holdings. So Mike, what are you guys doing?
It is different for us. Most of our brands are not the traditional delivery-centric model that you might expect from, you know, a pizza restaurant chain. So for us, it's offering delivery through DSPs, through the DoorDashes, the Uber Eats, the different platforms like that, and doing it in a way as carefully as we can that their performance doesn't shed a bad light on our product, because it's critical whenever we relinquish control of that process, right? We made the food was great, but the food left our doors, sat in somebody's car, he made, you know, who knows how many stops. Is that food still, are we still able to be proud of that by the time the guest gets to enjoy it? And so it's probably a battle that we will be facing for quite a while. But it's, as we said earlier, COVID-19 changed the landscape for our business. So it's a battle that everybody is fighting.
I don't think anybody's figured that out, and if they have, we're probably not going to be in business for too much longer because I think it's going to be an ongoing situation. But you mentioned the quality of the food as it arrives, right? So takeout orders were another area that seemed to be here to stay. They really took off in popularity during the pandemic. If you didn't want to do delivery, you could just drive up, they'd walk it out to your door, whether that be utilizing location data services or just old school. You pull it up, we're going to walk it out. There's now a lot of groups that are doing takeout lockers, so you can keep the food at a warm or cool temperature for an extended period of time. There's certain groups that are actually redesigning restaurants to adopt the new way customers are consuming the consuming the food and utilizing those restaurants. Mike, I know that at least the Famous Dave's that a couple of them that I've been to here, one by my house, actually has a dedicated area for pickup and has been maybe earlier in that adoption. What are you guys doing, and how has that changed the outlook for the brands that you guys have from a takeout perspective?
Sure. So for many of our brands, the share of our business in takeout delivery is incredibly high. So for a lot of those, it makes tremendous sense to have a dedicated space where those orders are staged, where the guest waits for those orders, where those orders are prepared, whether that even bleeds into the kitchen. We need to have separate kitchen space for those orders because they are such a high percentage. And the preparation might be a little bit different. You know, we're not throwing it on a plate, making it look good there. We're putting it in a container. It still needs to look good there. So do we need to allocate extra space for that? And then that bleeds into additional technology. Do we want to use location-based tracking? Do I want to be able to provide a signal to the kitchen in my restaurants that indicates this customer just pulled into our parking lot? Let's get this boxed up. Let's get it staged. Ideally, we don't want it sitting under, heat lamps or on a shelf waiting for the guest to come in and pick it up. We want to provide the guest the same experience as if they were dining in our restaurants. When the plate hits the table, we want the food to look good, want it to be hot, of course. So how do we use that technology, those location-based trackings, to, again, the name of the game, make everybody's lives easier? Whether that's the guest, right? They want an easy experience. They want a positive experience. They want to eat. How do we make their jobs as easy as possible?
Doug, what you mentioned to me earlier when we had our prep call that takeout had become a significant portion of the business and still remains something that your customers are looking for.
Yeah, carryout has always been a strong player in the business. Probably a good 25 to 30% of the orders that come in for pizza are people wanting to take it home. During the pandemic time, we found the best thing to do. Servers in a restaurant serving tables didn't need, zero was what you need labor-wise. Well, we can't not pay someone. We can't. We had chosen, as the pandemic struck, we decided up front we were not firing anyone. We were not letting anyone go, okay? There were those that, through it all, decided that they would not work. They would rather take care of their kids because they had children who couldn't go to school and there were other situations. But we let that be the choice. We were not letting anyone go as a company. We took those that would normally work as servers in the restaurant and invited them to come and be the curbside hops, as it were, to carry the food from the main kitchen out. We didn't want anyone coming and entering the facility, so we set up a program where we had marked curbside spots. You could call the store, or we were working on technology where the point of sale system could let them actually hit a button and an email they received that confirmed their order, said your order will be ready in 25 minutes. Click here when you arrive and tell us which slot you're in. Are you in slot A, B, C, D, or E? And so they would pull up, hit that, push the number, and it would appear on the screen saying this order is ready and they're in this slot. So it helped make it possible to keep that whole thing moving. So that was the thing, is now that the pandemic's over, the restaurants are back open, the servers are back serving tables, do we have a need for curbside service? Well, the answer is, you've got people out there, and nobody in the room is wearing a mask right now. We understand COVID's real. It hasn't gone away. It still exists. It has subsided a little bit like the flu subsides each year by summertime, and it rears its ugly head in the winter. But there are those that are still concerned. You can look out here in the amusement park, and there are families, all of them masked up, and the kids are all masked up. They are extremely concerned whether their own health is weakened, so they're fear for the chance of getting something, or they themselves are not up to being well and don't want to chance sharing whatever they're dealing with others. So we have to be able to meet those guests where they are. So yeah, we've got a few that still say we'd like to have touchless service. We'd like to be able to pull up an order and have you bring it out. So in the larger locations, not a problem to add an extra staff person who's doubling as a smaller number of tables and also taking out the food to the curbside recipients. But in a small restaurant where you've got a total staffing of 3, maybe 4 people, and one of them's a delivery driver, suddenly you don't have enough hands and feet to be able to take care of all the tables, making all the food, keeping the kitchen running, keep the deliveries moving, and take care of those pulling up and wanting curbside assistance. So it's a really a matter of labor and looking at the numbers and working out a way to make it happen. And as Mike said, the margins are tight. You know, there's not a lot of extra spend. And on top of that, I don't know about you guys, but human bodies, people actually wanting to work, we've had a real trouble filling and staffing and completely full staffing many of our locations.
Staffing, that's a whole other issue we're probably not going to touch on today, but yes. Switching gears a little bit, and I guess I'd want to ask, before I assume that folks are familiar with it, but ghost kitchens and virtual restaurants, how many of you here are familiar with what a virtual restaurant and or a ghost kitchen is? Looks like some, most. They're two different things, right? One is essentially the location and the restaurant or the facility in which the food is being done, and the other one is the actual concept, right? And this is actually quite timely. Yesterday we just had the exclusive and made the announcement that one of the original players on the virtual restaurant side, NextBite, was acquired by Sam Nazarian and SBE Hospitality, the C3 group, and that is continuing to consolidate. That particular segment of the market is much different than it was just a few years ago. But one of the things that did come out of COVID is that virtual restaurant play. Mike, I know that virtual restaurants is something that Barbecue Holdings has done. Hen House is one that you guys started to kind of play with the chicken side of things. And obviously now you had mentioned to me that you're using that to expand the footprint of what you're doing. But this really does become a location play as well. Tell me about what you're doing on that side.
Sure. So recently I read an article, and it was by a gentleman in New York City. And the title of the article was, "I Got Catfished by a Sandwich." And the article was all about how this gentleman, he found this amazing sandwich on Uber Eats, right? Best sandwich he's ever had. And he has it week in, week out. And then one day he decides, I'm going to pull up that address. I'm going to go in there and eat one of those sandwiches, you know, in person. Turns out those sandwiches were being made out of a Denny's. And so he felt, you know, blown away, right? It's not what he expected to see. So ghost kitchens, virtual restaurants, they give us the ability to expand footprints. Especially for us, we have many different brands. Some of them are familiar enough and have a similar enough kitchen layout, preparation style, that allows us to take a brand that has great visibility in the East Coast and give it visibility on the West Coast. Even that, if that's only virtual, that allows us to expand our name recognition in an area where we don't have a physical presence. We have other restaurants out there, but how can we capitalize on making a brand that exists maybe in the Midwest, making that brand known nationwide, even if it's only online in the ether, even if you can't drive down the street and see one of them, that still helps us drive recognition for our brands, drive sales up. Or on the flip side of that, we take a menu that is very similar to what we have, but we offer it under a new name, under a ghost kitchen, and we use that to drive additional top-line sales. It's like we've said a couple times so far, it's a game of nickels and dimes, right? The guest that we're all fighting for our restaurants is fleeting. We have a very limited time to capture their attention, to to make them decide, I'm hungry and I'm hungry for that. So it's all about making sure that we're positioned well enough to grab that. We want that guest to say, yep, I'm hungry and I want that.
I like the catfish story, and I know Andrew will probably get this, but we did a similar test where in our office we ordered Mr. Beef's Burger, right? It's a virtual restaurant that's only going to be operating out of either excess kitchen capacity of places or in this case a reef kitchen. And what we found is it was a trailer in BJ's parking lot on Northeast. So it's a less than desirable location that parked a trailer outside to do that. But I guess that's kind of the moral of it, is that you can now use virtual restaurants and ghost kitchens to expand that footprint, to find a location play where you otherwise might not be able to do so in the brick and mortar space. But Doug, you and I did talk about this a little bit, and I know that that's not something you guys are doing, but again, Chili's made waves with It's Just Wings, right? They started throwing wings out of a fryer. IHOP is doing it, right? They're not just pancakes, they're doing other things. So is that something that Monocle's ever considered, and why or why not?
Well, in actuality, Monocle's had at one point in time thought about getting into the smoothie business. And we actually purchased smoothie machines, put it into some of our bigger stores, and we actually purchased fryers, and we're doing smothered and covered fries as well as a hot wings, doing a wings derivative there with those. The cost of maintaining that equipment, which was not a standard part of what our kitchens were designed for, just became exorbitant. We ran that program about a year and a half and determined it was a failure. There was no uptick in sales. Most people, and the reality is, you go out for a pizza tonight, do you order pizza and a dessert? No. We have dessert items on a menu, but it's maybe 10% of the sales is dessert sales. People want pizza. Now, we serve what's called a family pleaser, a pizza, a salad, and a beverage for one big price. It's been the way we've been since 1959, and that's our big thing. So we push our primary product, but anytime we've tried to add additional items that weren't a part of the real picture of pizza, it hasn't been successful for us.
Well, I think the distinction there is whether or not you're doing it as part of your own company or whether or not you're doing it as a standalone brand. Mike, you mentioned creating new brands using similar menu items that are on your current menu for whatever that brand might be. Well, that's something that Uber Eats just made headlines about 2-3 weeks ago, saying we're going to purge all of these restaurants that are doing that. In other words, if you're a pure virtual play, that's one thing. If you're a restaurant that's spinning off 6 different brands that are all pretty much the same thing, we're going to start limiting that. It's not completely gone, but it's something that they're doing. So, Doug, to your point, a lot of groups are utilizing it not as necessarily an extension of their brand, but for a group that might not want a pizza, they might just want a smoothie, right? So, anyways, it's a little bit different in how each of you are looking at it there as well. So. Now, delivery companies arguably saved restaurants during the pandemic. However, there's an enormous amount of tension surrounding the fees associated with working with the third-party groups, and the focus for many restaurants is to encourage direct ordering, like we had talked about. That said, you need to create a seamless, easy-to-use experience that is as close to what these big guys are going to be able to bring as possible. So that comes with updating the website, the online ordering capabilities, and of course, owning that customer data. So loyalty programs and direct customer marketing are becoming much more of a key component in the new restaurant landscape. Mike, what are some of the things that Barbecue Holdings is doing to capture and retain your current customers on that technology side?
Sure. So for us, it's not losing the focus on technology that COVID-19 forced us into. COVID-19, it pushed guys like myself and Doug to really be the heroes in the restaurant space, because we were the architects for the solutions that kept the businesses going, right? Online ordering, third-party ordering, that online presence, that ability for the guest to still be able to order easily, seamlessly, just as if they walked in the door and sat down. So for us, it's not losing sight of that. We can't let up on it. Very quickly approaching the point where if you walk into a restaurant or a coffee shop and they have an app, and that app doesn't work just as well as the Starbucks app, right? Immediately that's a turnoff. Starbucks, companies like that, Chipotle, their apps are great because they're easy. They're easy to build your profile. They're easy to track your rewards that you might have banked. And it's really easy for them to take your money. So striving to achieve that ease, whether it's loyalty programs, whether it's tying a loyalty program across multiple different concepts, whether it's a very seamless way to order online through an app or anywhere. It's not losing sight of that, because as we get further along, the lessons that our industry had to take from COVID, they're not going to go away. They're going to get, they might get diluted a little bit, but it's going to be a everlasting lesson for all of us.
Doug?
I'd like to play off what Mike said, the word seamless. When we were moving away from building our own POS and going to off the shelf, we wanted to make that a seamless movement. We wanted every aspect of the front of house and the back of house to be a seamless connection. That was what led us to select our POS vendor, and kind of the added benefit of the one we selected is the fact that they have additional tools. They have an inventory IQ management app that the managers load in their phones. They can walk through the store doing their inventory and then hit a button and it loads automatically. So the back of house system knows what they have on hand. They can already look at a sales projection for the coming week. They can then hit a button and say, well, it's a holiday week. We've got Memorial Day, we got Mother's Day coming, so you can uptick it 5 or 10%. So you can set your goals and your PARs come right out. It pretty much does the order for you. Additionally, it's got a whole delivery management system, what's called Delivery IQ. Our drivers load an app, they walk in the store, pick up the items for the run, choose the orders they're taking with them, hit start run, and away they go. And the app tells them the directions, routes them around traffic problems because it's all linked in through Google, and it all happens real time in the point of sale. And a manager can actually look and on the screen and suddenly it starts flashing a red light. He can call that delivery driver and say, what's the problem, you guys? And they can solve problems before they become bigger ones. Additionally, our guests can actually, when they receive the notification saying your delivery order has been placed, you click a follower on it, and it's not as fancy as some of our competitors, but it will tell them that the driver is headed their house next. They're 3 minutes away, and here's a picture of this driver. They're one of our top drivers, so you'll see them at your door with your fresh, hot food just shortly, so be ready. So the added benefit is all this links together. It's all seamless. And I think, Mike, you're right. That's the key. People don't want clunky. They don't want to have to go here and then go there and do this and then that. We want it to be one big, simple, seamless process that makes it work together well.
Great segue. Making it seamless, and to your point, how Chipotle seamlessly takes the customer's money, is another form of technology that has really come to the forefront, and a shameless plug for the sponsors that do the payments here. But from tablets, kiosk ordering to QR codes, making it easy for the guests. In-house dining is easier now than it's ever been. What are some of the things that you guys are doing in your restaurants to enable that?
Well, one of the things we just recently done, and Pay at Charlie was sharing some of their, and Pay with Charlie was sharing some of their info with me, but one of the things that our point of sale system had developed was actually QR code payment. It doesn't require an app. It lets you simply scan a QR code. It links your phone into, and you're brought to a simple web page where you can tell it you want to pay with your PayPal or your Apple Pay, Google Wallet, whatever you want to choose, and lets you pay seamlessly, easily, and walk out of the store. But it's not a requirement. The key is that you want to meet people at their comfort zone. You've got the little old lady who's paid forever with a check. You know, we still take checks from them. We don't tell them no more checks because we know their check is going to be good. They've been doing it that way for years, and we're gonna meet them where they are. And we got the young folks that are at college, and they just want to sit down at the table, get their food, scan the QR code, pay it, and run out the door and get on to studying for the big test tomorrow. So you've got to meet people where they are in their comfort zone and make it easy for them. So that's really been the push. And in fact, side note, we've had problems integrating EMV with our point of sale, and we're just rolling out EMV. We're actually going to have Apple Pay and all that happening right at our counters too. So it's going to be even easier than it ever has been before.
To add on to something Doug just said, a very popular phrase in our industry is, yes is the answer, what is the question? So we want to do whatever we can for the guest to make their visit enjoyable. We want them to come back, right? We want that return clientele. We want that word of mouth. We want when their niece has a birthday party, they come to our restaurant for that. On the side of technology, we are exploring many things, whether it's QR codes at the table that scan, order right from your phone. Your order goes to the kitchen. Somebody brings it out to you. Or whether it's a QR code that just allows you to pay for the check. Similar to what I'm sure everybody in here has been to a Chili's and the devices they have on the table. The solutions that, again, make it easy for the guest. We've all been in the situation where we're sat at a table, we've already enjoyed our meal, but we have to wait for the server to come back now to take our money for it. Whatever we can do to ease that guest experience is where technology applies, where we have that ability to offer a solution for that. So whether it's ordering made easier, whether it's paying made easier, or whether it's a fast food concept where you're walking in and you don't even feel like talking to a person. Like McDonald's is doing, their kiosk order. It allows you to order what you were going to order, what you've ordered 100 times in the past, that you already know where it is on the menu. That's a number 5. So it allows you to place that order, pay for that order, without the hassle of speaking to someone.
That's where we've come to, without hassle of speaking to somebody. So I've got a couple different things I want to touch on. We got about 5 minutes left, so I'll throw, I guess, both of them out there, and then we can kind of walk through it. But these are kind of early stage for, in some cases, for the market. But dynamic pricing is something that is becoming a major focus right now. There's companies like Juicer and Sauce that are really kind of pushing the model that has worked on the travel side for the restaurants, and of course AI, right? AI and robotics. Whether it's back of the house, front of the house, there's an enormous amount of options that didn't exist a couple years ago. Mike, you and I talked a little bit about dynamic pricing and some of the things you're doing. Why don't you start on that one?
Sure. So dynamic pricing for us, it's a solution for a very specific niche. We want to be very careful about how that's applied. We don't want to alienate a customer that they order the same thing every time. We don't want them to be faced with sticker shock when all of a sudden they place their regular lunch order. Right? But in situations where a customer is ordering for their office, right, or they're a business traveler and they're going to expense it anyway, we want to be able to carefully apply that where it makes sense so that we can capture that addition. But again, it's a very, very tight rope. The last thing we want to do is alienate that customer and drive them away because they see our model as
Well, I probably should have prefaced that by explaining the dynamic pricing and changing for various times and so forth on the delivery platforms or so forth. But not to alienate or poke the bear, but Doug, I'm going to ask you a different question. the AI or the robotic side, let's talk about. So you've got White Castle that made waves with flipping their burgers, right? You've got Chipotle now using Chippy, same company. But again, taking automation and trying to solve some of the work and employment issues that you referenced earlier, as well as find efficiencies. You and I did talk about this a little bit, and I know your thoughts on keeping it in the hands of your employees, but what have you explored any of the pizza machines that are out there right now, and if not, why?
I can't say that I have tried any of the pizza machines that are out there, but I'm a baker, okay? I love to go in the kitchen, stir me up a batch of cookies, throw them in the oven. There's nothing like the taste of a home-baked cookie coming right out of the oven. You let it sit just long enough to stop the bubbles growing and then slide it off the pan. It's unbeatable. Now, how many of you, by show of hands, would like to sit down at your computer and tell a robot to go make those cookies for you? I didn't see any hands in the room. Just, I wouldn't want to do that. And I don't know that I want that to happen in my restaurants. We've actually tried the cooking side of things using chain ovens to try to, but the chain oven simply moves that thing along at a set pace. The reality is the human side of things says open that oven door, check to make sure everything's cooking right, slide a little pan under it. Actually, we use hearth-baked ovens, so these guys will spin the pizzas to make sure they're cooked evenly. Robots can't do that. I mean, even the robot sensors can't see which part of the pizza needs spun to where, to know where the hotter spot is in the oven. So there's a number of the human side of things that we feel that's the strong point of our pizza. That's why we are the people-pleasing people. So we do not see the robotic side of things happening in terms of that product. Now, who knows in the future if it gets to it where we have to have robotic delivery cars that take out our orders. There's a possibility, but we've not really touched on that or delved into that in any way, shape, or form. And I'd like to answer the AI question too. In terms of AI information, guest satisfaction, knowing how your guest feels about your product, AI is a great tool to gather information and to get a sense of guest comfort, guest satisfaction, and get real numbers there. So that's a great tool for doing it. But yeah.
I shouldn't have poked Doug with the robot question at the very end, but I believe there's a couple of questions in the audience, and we are at time, so I'll go ahead and start with questions. At least I thought there was questions.
You were just touching on it. You know, as a consumer, I think we're all seeing the cost of going out to eat is going up and up and up. So I heard you talk a lot about guest satisfaction, making it seamless, but what are you doing to take the cost out of the business? What is there, from a technology standpoint, particularly with location-based data and information, is there anything that can be done that takes the cost out for a restaurant owner? You know, with the cost of labor going up, the cost of food, I don't know if it's food waste. Is there something that you guys are seeing in the industry that's making an impact there?
Sure. So that question specifically has been the constant challenge probably over the last 100 years in our industry. For food cost, there's several factors. There's the cost to buy the food. There's the cost to make the food. There's the cost to pay the guy that flips the burger, right? There's the cost for the building to keep the lights on, everything like that. Certain supply chain problems still linger for a lot of us in the restaurant industry. Food prices go up, protein prices go up. Just anecdotally, just recently, this past Memorial Day, I was at the grocery store looking at some steaks, and I couldn't believe it, right? It would have been cheaper for me to take my family to a steakhouse, buy the steaks there, have a great time, than it would be for me to buy those steaks myself, cook them myself, and probably burn them, right? So it's a constant battle And that's where we as technology leaders need to come to the table with solutions. Whether it's AI, whether we can drive down labor cost by having an AI attendant take your order when you're going through a drive-through, right? We drive down that labor cost, then that allows us to drive down that menu.
And I think that's the key is value. In a guest's mind, you can't use a higher quality product because it costs more. You can't offer a higher level of ambiance in the place, but you try to make sure that all the things you offer give greater value and a better reason to come to your location. I remember Sammy's message yesterday, adding value through gamification. There may be hope for that. You know, you've got to find something to make them see your item, your food has a greater value to them, whether it's through cost savings or whether it's through making their family happier and pleasing them in a better way. So using these things to add greater value to the overall menu.
Any other questions?
Other questions? No?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to switch over to a discussion about mobile payments. And Nicole's coming up from Pay with Charlie. You need this one. This one. There you go. I'll take this out of your way.
Hello? No. So, thank you very much, Asif. Yes, thank you very much that I can join here this local-based marketing association event, RetailLoco. I'm very happy to be here and presenting Pay with Charlie QR code payment, what we developed in Germany, also here in America. A little bit later, my co-partner will join here the stage. It's Till Freyer from Corona Post USA, so where we have connected a really good, seamless checkout with Pay with Charlie at the Corona Post. So what I'm going to present here is that we developed QR code payment acceptance, what you know, all from Asia, maybe. So whole Asia is paying with QR codes, with Alipay in India since 2.5 years. It's the payment of QR code acceptance is growing and growing. And so I was wondering when I developed Pay with Charlie QR code payment that not the big companies, what you see here on the screen, is doing this what I do. But they were all busy with mergers, so what we have done, we have pushed digital payments. And when you are asking why this is important at this conference like here, because with a digital payment, like with QR code acceptance, you can easily connect marketing in the phone of the customer, directly in the retailer shops. And how this worked, I will show you. So it's really unbelievable, but we have developed Pay with Charlie QR code acceptance in this way that we deleted a hardware POS terminal to a climate-friendly QR code. And how this works, I will show you in this video. Oh, the tone? Yes, there's sound. There should be sound. And, oh, yes.
Just 1 sec, try and change the output on the sound. I think it's coming from your machine.
Mm-hmm.
Can we check the sound on the output? Yeah, it is now. Nothing?
Work. Suddenly the battery runs low. Or the entire terminal. Easy contactless payment via QR code. Without a payment terminal, you know what your customers want. Because you run your business professionally. Everything is fine until your customer wants to pay. Once again, the terminal doesn't work. Suddenly the battery runs low. Or the entire terminal is not working. And once more the connection is gone. Not anymore. These days are over now. With Pay with Charlie, you simply pay via QR code without a card reader. And it's climate friendly and really cheap too, without any monthly fees. You can serve and check out your customers in a relaxed way. The Pay with Charlie QR code can be used anywhere, contactless and hygienic. This is Pay with Charlie. Get your individual QR code for your business now. Take a look at paywithcharlie.com.
So that is how we used
Easy contactless payment via QR code without a payment terminal. You know what your customers.
Okay, when we set up Pay with Charlie, we saw it from both sides, from the merchant and the customer. Because Pay with Charlie is a native app where we're doing the payment with, so it's very safe. It's not browser-based, because browser-based QR codes are mainly have problems with phishing. And so we can also add the QR code to hardware devices and also cloud services more easily. So we're connecting Pay with Charlie to vending machines, POS services, EV charging machines, columns, or car washing places. And for the end customer, we have done the app without registration. So you just take 15 seconds to download the Pay with Charlie app, and immediately the customer can pay. And the most important things also for the customer, he should pay in the way he loves to pay. So we are adding all payment methods what's possible into Pay with Charlie. So we have Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, credit card, debit cards. We have paying by phone. We have in Europe the payment like Twint for Switzerland. And soon we will have also Gyro Pay. We have already integrated Gyro Card with Apple Pay. And soon in Europe we will also integrate iDeal, and for Asian tourists, WeChat Pay, Alipay. So for the merchant, for the customer, he should be the king. He can pay in shops as he like with his common users. And the merchant has the benefit that he doesn't need car terminals, and he has directly a connection to additional services like smart couponing or age verification through the payment. And also he can serve with a digital receipt, a POS receipt, that the customer has directly the receipt on his smartphone. What also is possible when you have an iPhone, Pay with Charlie is app clips ready. When you are quickly buy a Coke on a vending machine, you don't have to download the app. You can directly pay with Charlie at the vending machine with the app clip function. So and there's some more benefits for the end customer. It's on the way that you don't have to register. It's also very flexible. So because the language of Pay with Charlie is the decision of your smartphone, or what the language of the smartphone is Pay with Charlie. So when tourists come to Europe, or just sitting in a taxi in Germany, and they are from Spain, they have it directly in Spanish and can use it this way. And so Pay with Charlie has already 8 languages integrated. So for the merchant, the checkout solution is very easily, we reaching point of sales, what you can't reach with a car terminal, like market booths where you don't have power or not a good internet connection. You just have to place a QR code, and you can easily ask for cashless payments. So we are doing the QR code wherever we can do it, at vending machines, sales stands, taxis, EV charging station, restaurants, cash registers, invoices, online shops, and much more. And for the merchant, it's so easy. Like he has a card terminal, but it's more easier because he has also an overview of all transactions, very transparent, and this of all different kind of payments. That is what I just mentioned. For the merchant itself, he can see directly when a payment is done via QR code, that he has it with on transparent on his mobile phone, what payment is done in real time. And he can also do a statement at the end for his accounting team when he will stop finishing his business in the evening. So he can do this with Pay with Charlie. And here you see the different use cases. You can get the presentation afterwards. We are trying to get so many use cases as possible. Also, we have just started in Germany to connect a first charity organization. It's so easily, most of the time you don't have cash when someone asks for a charity reason for money. You can easily spend money with Pay with Charlie, also getting a spending receipt, a charity receipt, sorry. And so that is really, really easy. And how we do it with at the retailer stores, how we connect it with POS services, that we're presenting today also with our partner Corona POS, where you have also the small booth over there where you can test it with your own smartphone. And how it works on the checkout on the POS directly, I will show you on this movie. So you see the display of the POS service will become a card terminal, how we mentioned it. It's the person can easily pay with their smartphone. There's no PIN entry. There are all payment methods what the customer loves. And the big thing is here, he gets the final fiscal receipt directly on his smartphone. We just had a conversation yesterday at lunch. People invite people for business lunch, they have to get the receipt to their accounting team. With Pay with Charlie, it's so easily. You just have the fiscal receipt in your smartphone. You directly can send it via email to your accounting team, and it's done. You don't have to collect all the paper receipt. And here, in this way, I will show you also later, you can connect it with smart couponing. It's directly in the smartphone of the customer who is on the POS. And now I would like to ask Till to come on stage to explain it how great his POS services is here in the US with the Corona POS, and we have connected the easy payment via QR code directly on his POS service.
Thank you, Nicole, for the introduction. So my name is Till. I run a point-of-sale software company here in the United States. We're based in Las Vegas. I'm just going to give a few words here to you why this partnership is so unique and what benefits these types of partnerships can actually bring. So most of our customers are retailers. Special about us is basically just we have really small retailers as well as enterprise retailers. I think that's the one unique thing about us in the point-of-sale industry, that we are very diverse in terms of our customers. So we serve like small individual retailers to like large franchises. So, and the Pay with Charlie partnership, it really started earlier for us. Over the past years, we really decided to make our platform more open, more accessible. In the point-of-sale world, for many who are familiar with that, they know like typically point-of-sale companies really shield their environment, their platform, their data. They own all of this. They want to own every single piece of it. And we decided a few years ago we want to kind of do the exact opposite. open up our platform to more partnerships, more integrations, make this all easier, and without having to change our core product every time, which makes an integration like Pay with Charlie really, really easy, really quick. And we now have accomplished that we can introduce such a new cool integration, new cool payment method to thousands of merchants pretty much instantly without having to roll out new versions of our software. Now, what does this have to do with location-based marketing, right? You're wondering. So the thing is, for us, sales are happening on so many channels now, right? Point of sale is really like an old-fashioned way of selling things. Now you're talking about e-commerce, self-checkouts, mobile apps, online ordering, all these different things, all these different sales channels that are happening, also food trucks and so on. Stuff we are really good at capturing is like, where does the sale happen and when does it happen? What happens after that or before that is really outside of our universe. So making the system open, making these integrations happen is really, really important now for the future. So Pay with Charlie, that particular example, for example, we take the sale, we process the sale, we know when it happened, where it happened. The moment Pay with Charlie comes in, makes that connection, you have the connection with the customer after the sale. So technically, you know where the marriage happened, and then you know what happens after that. Where do they go? And that is really, really important and really, really unique, in addition to just providing a convenient way of paying, right? So, oh, that was it. Sorry. Yeah, so that was basically it, what I want to say about this. And now with all these possibilities and all this data and all this information that we all capture, I think now this is the purpose of this conference, right? Now's the time to figure out what do we do with that and how can we really efficiently use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Just stay here a little bit because, yes, with this combination with Corona POS, we can do it also to bring the payment or the service of the checkout also to retailers who want to serve the person directly on the sales floor. And also Corona POS has a mobile device where you have an express checkout where you can serve all the customers directly on the on the table. And there you just need one POS service and you can do also the payment directly. And in this combination, you can serve in retail shops your customers directly, and you can also add services on tablets and also products, and you can do easily check out, and everything is done. You don't have to get, it's with the smartphone of the customer. It's safe with him, and what Till was mentioning with location-based service, when a POS service, a smart POS service who can analyze data, combination with Pay with Charlie, we have non-registered users, but we have the smartphone ID of the users. And after times, people using Pay with Charlie in different kind of shops, of taxi, restaurants. After this, what you just mentioned in the presentation before, we can do a retail data analysis, and we can do a profile of the customer. After some times, we know it's a young woman between 25 and 30. She is buying, or she loves skirts with red dresses, because she has done the payment with us in a POS service where we get the receipts, and through the receipts we get the data of what the people have bought as product, or what they used as services. And so we can do some smart couponing that can do with the merchant by himself, because we can put the QR code not only on the till, we can put it also in shops. And he can collect, when he scans the QR code, he can collect coupons of products, what he wanted to buy, and he can use it directly on the POS service when he's paying, and he gets directly the coupons. Also, very, very great solution is a product placement. So you have, for example, it's here on the screen, You have a vending machine where there are some different kind of products, and here, for example, is Red Bull. They want to push Red Bull, new Red Bull products in these vending machines. When you scan the QR code at the vending machine, you directly, you first, before you select the product, you get a product placement on your smartphone. Then you see how you can get a really fresh Red Bull drink now. And after this, you're closing this advertising, you choose your product, and you will see how many people will then select the Red Bull. So this kind of services, it's only possible with this digital payments. This can't help you with a hardware device, a card terminal, or a paying with NFC. That is not possible. So we are just at the beginning of digital payments. So as I mentioned before, we can add as many payments as possible. We can also add crypto payments, but also what Jimmy presented yesterday, we can do payments easily also. You are having played a game, and then you can select in Pay with Charlie what payment you prefer, and you can also select paying with Atlas. So it's a very flexible payment solution where you can do easily marketing, and in combination with a good post service, it's a seamless checkout. It's very easy for the merchant, for the customer, and it's easygoing. And when you add QR code payment and at your shop, the customer will say thank you for it. So thank you very much. Yes, so you take time, have a look at the Corona POS at the booth.
Great, perfect. Any other questions right now? Then go to the booth. Just update, Sammy. I have one here. It's fine. It's still live, yeah? Yeah, okay.
I'm fast.
Okay, thank you.
I just had one question regarding the user experience. Is there any plans to, well, I guess two questions regarding user experience. One is the entering of the amount, because you know what QR code that is being scanned. Do you see a world where the amount can be pre-filled, or do you think that that's a limitation of the implementation or the technology?
So the amount what you have to pay is when it's connected to a POS service, to a vending machine, to an EV charging column, or any cloud services you have. It's directly in. It's also when you have it on an invoice. So amount when you scan the QR code is directly in the Pay with Charlie app. Only when you have a mobile QR code, and this we had taken from the Asian solutions. There, for mobile QR code, there the customer adds the amount, and it shows the screen confirmation to the merchants that you have paid the amount what he is asking for.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, cool. So check it out live. And I have an update about the lunch. So following same location like yesterday. The only difference is we're not having enough of these gift cards. So what we will do, we will put that all on one bill. We pay with the rest of the gift cards. Wish you all a good lunch, but stay in kind of the range of the budget. That will be super helpful for us. Or if somebody has a travel budget. All right. Exactly. Down, cross the amusement park on the other side, and then on the right side. Yeah? All right. So far, so good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A pleasure to have you with us.
That's what I'm going to cover. So. Hello, lightly attended. We're going to start. Let's get a couple more people in here.
Test.
Hello.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and start. My name is Kim Garrettson. I'm a longtime friend of Asif's, and he asked me to do this panel and find three people a lot smarter than I am. And I'm actually going to prompt you with the stories that we're going to hear from each of these people, and then I'll have them introduce themselves, and then we'll go into their stories. So Julia is going to talk about the discord between the customer experience in selling her wine client's brand directly via e-commerce versus putting that wine brand in retail stores. She's also going to talk about the cultural nuances in the vaccine world of a reticent, reluctant cultural group, Hispanics, in terms of driving them to get their vaccines at Target, CVS, Walgreens, the doctor's offices. Todd is going to talk about lumber liquidators and what happened to them during the pandemic when they had to close, when Home Depot and Lowe's were remaining open, and what happened to a business like Lumber Liquidators when it was 143 days to make a decision to put new flooring in your stores, and Todd was able to drive that to 30 days. He's also going to talk about a specialty tool retailer and how they focus on the people and the expertise in those stores to differentiate them again from Home Depot and Lowe's. Scott is going to talk about the venture capital world in brands and retail and what trends he's seeing. He's both an investor and an advisor, and he's currently running a venture-backed company called Collaboratory, which is in the collaboration space about putting two or more brands together for the 1 + 1 = 3 benefit. So that's the stories that you're going to hear from our three panelists today. And Julia, I'm going to start with you.
Hello.
So tell us about your wine client and the campaigns and the data you've used in e-commerce versus retail.
Sure. So, hello. I'm the Media Operations Director at Coagi. We are a digital marketing company based out of Minneapolis and Missouri. And one of our clients is in your Target stores, in your Walmart stores, in Total Wine. And so our challenge is, how do you not compete with the marketing efforts that those stores are already currently doing, and really find that balance between driving return on ad spend for this particular client. So looking at the landscape of it, we had, they do have an e-commerce platform, and the challenge for that is really that they don't have any sort of benefit to buying on their e-commerce platform. They don't have bundles necessarily with free shipping. Free shipping costs more than a bottle of wine, which is a bad deal in my book. So really thinking through, how can we drive the most value for the amount of money that this brand is paying? And they're a newer brand within the wine space. So we focused efforts on not only testing out some unique CTV buys where we could have QR codes that would directly showcase where they could go buy wine at their local retailers, because that's ultimately what somebody does to make a purchase. They generally go on to find a location of where they can purchase the wine. And then additionally, really leaned in heavily to, I know we talked about retail media networks earlier in this panel, leaning into those retail media networks, Drizzly, Instacart. We're now tapping into the Walmart DSP, and we're able to lean into that robust first-party data set. And the great thing about those is that you can showcase directly attributable sales to the brand. And every brand likes to see, a positive ROI and that lower funnel tactic, but also being great stewards to them and educating them on the value of having a full funnel strategy, and that you do need to have multiple touch points along the way in order to get somebody to even consider yourself. I will say something that's unique about Instacart is they continue to evolve their platform and really focus on the full funnel strategy. So it's not just looking at the carts, but also what can that ecosystem provide you. So that's been really successful for our brand so far, and where we're continuing to lean in.
Great. So we'll be back to you on vaccines. So Todd, lumber liquidators, tell us what happened to lumber liquidators during the pandemic, and how were you able to take 143 days decision-making down to 30 days?
Lumber Liquidators is a really interesting story. First of all, Lumber Liquidators actually sells hardwood flooring. You wouldn't know that from the name. You'd think you're selling lumber for cheap, which is actually how the company got started. But they had moved miles from that in terms of what they were actually selling, which was amazing high-quality vinyl and laminate and solid wood and engineered flooring. But when the pandemic came along, we were not deemed an essential retailer like Home Depot and Lowe's and a few others, and so we were ordered by the government to close our doors. And we were desperate to figure out how are we going to run this business and keep it alive, because at that time we didn't really know how long we were going to be closed. There was a lot of uncertainty around just how long is this thing going to last. In the end, I think we were closed a total of about 3.5 months. But during that time, we were scrambling to figure out how do we take a business that's basically 90% sold through our stores and sell as much as we possibly can online so that people can come and pick it up and take it home. Most of our business was DIY, people buying floors to install in their own homes. So that model, I think, lent itself well. The other fun fact about Lumber Liquidators, just to give you a little sense of the challenges, it was a convicted felon. Lumber Liquidators had been found guilty of importing flooring with formaldehyde in it in previous years, and by the time I showed up to the company, we were trying to move the company on to a much more better operating position as a company that had left that problem behind. So we were actually in the process of repositioning and renaming the company. It's now called LL Flooring. But just a little bit of context for the challenges that we had around trust. Anyway, what we ended up doing, we had some brilliant minds within the company that worked on our e-com business that very quickly pivoted to a virtual approach to selling floors. This is a solid flooring is a very, very expensive proposition. It's highly, highly intrusive in your home. I mean, you got to take everything out of the room and rip it up, and it's just a bloody mess if it doesn't go right. So there's a lot of risk for the consumer, and getting it wrong really hurts. And so we had to build the kind of model that a customer could feel comfortable still operating in. So our team literally created a virtual sales experience. Those are kind of common now, but back then they were very new, and they had not been tried or tested. And we literally developed, and this was within probably a month of being closed, a way that we could introduce customers to the different varieties of what we had to sell, literally making an appointment with a salesperson online and having that person walk around the store with them and showing them options, and then ultimately shipping samples to them at their home to be able to touch and feel what it was they might be ultimately buying. And then they would place their order online and come and buy it and pick it up. And it got to the point where it was working so well, we created a campaign for marketing on television that told that story. And we were actually looking at other ways that we could take this model long term and make that more of a way of operating permanently for the company. We had talked about buying some railroad cars and literally partitioning them in half, and on each side of the car, literally building a store, sort of a virtual store, if you will, that a live salesperson could navigate. And so that process kind of saved us for the time that we were closed, and for people that had not experienced us before, that was a way that they could come in and shop with us. And to your question or point about the 143 days, that's sort of a bigger solution where the things that we put in place online as tools for our customers to use to become familiar with flooring, because most people don't spend a lot of time in our category. If they buy a floor, we don't see them for another 7 years. And so making that process and making the decision is very difficult, which is why it takes so long. But if you give them tools like we did that allow them to literally upload a picture of the room that they're putting the flooring in and see the new flooring superimposed in that space, it actually shortened considerably the time frame for people to be able to make a decision to buy, and it went from 143 days down to 30.
And I think you prepped yourself for the younger generation too, who is looking for, ways to visualize what they can do with their space, and, ways to kind of segment out their budget. It's fine, and so.
Yeah, the lessons of the pandemic were people figured out that shopping online was a much better way to go, and keeping a lot of those models alive and profitable, I think, is the challenge. You've got to have live people that can do that kind of assisted sale, and it has to work, from a dollars and cents perspective.
Good stuff. So, Scott, you've seen a lot of brands, you've seen a lot of retail, you've seen a lot of customer experiences, Best Buy Mobile, Best Buy, the Wynn Resorts in Las Vegas, and you had this brilliant idea about collaboration because if I remember your story, collaboration happened by happenstance in the past. And so you found a venture capital firm. You have the collaboratory. Tell us about the collaboratory and 1 + 1 = 3 in terms of collaboration.
Sure. Thank you very much. Nice to meet everybody. So I'm fortunate. I've been a chief marketing officer at some pretty interesting companies. I think one of the things that's interesting is you never know. Every innovator in this room is building it as fast as they can, but you don't really know how good you are exactly. And it was interesting being at Best Buy at a time when we flipped our spend to 70% digital in probably 2011, 2012, which it just seemed like the thing to do because we were fighting Amazon, and they seem to be a fairly digital company. But it turns out that was the tools and techniques and strategies we employed then are just now starting to be utilized by CPG companies. We built a retail media network in 2009, I think. And so it's just super interesting to reflect in a panel like this. Where are we coming from? Where are we going? What works? What doesn't? And so after I left the Wynn, so I've been a CMO, a chief operating officer, now a CEO. And one of the hardest, this will come back to location-based data, innovative uses of data, but just since you asked the broad question, all of marketing is all about creating unfair advantage for your company or for your clients if you're in service provider. How are you going to break through? How are you going to capture authentic, real, relevant information? And you look back, when's the last time that any of our tools or products or services actually created a genuine delight for the end user?
Like, as you were walking around the last hour, were you intercepted with something brilliant that you're like, thank God Nordstrom's caught me at this exact moment. They just knew it perfectly. We have so far to go in terms of using the data in practical ways that either deepens the relationship with the customer or makes it easier for them to get those things done. And I think that's one of the big things to think about. So you pull back. I'm like, so how do you create authentic breakthrough relationships? I did it through creativity at leading ad agencies, where the ads themselves caught the attention and built a relationship. I did it through integration by like just making all matching luggage, so you always knew it was a Best Buy blue ad. We did it through data and segmentation. We did it in influencers. We did it through personalization, where we had 30 million email addresses, and my first-party data was much more beneficial to anyone's third-party data, and we started to work on second-party data. So all these things, a constant quest for capturing rich, relevant moments, delivering a right message on time, and helping the consumer make a choice that's right for them. So leaving Win, I was like, hey, what's capturing attention today for real? And again, everyone in this room, like, you've been targeted about 600 times so far by midday on your digital media, and I would bet my salary you don't remember a single one of them. So for all the digital awesomeness, what do you remember? Not enough is the answer to that. And so as me and my team were just kind of concepting, like, all right, what do we want to do next? I want to do a startup. And for some reason, we were reflecting on, like, why does this big, bald, Shrek-looking guy who lives in Minnesota, 300-pound, looks like I was in the NFL kind of guy, why do I know that Clinique and Crayola did a collab? Like, I shouldn't. There's no reason. I've never bought a Clinique product. My kids are out of college. Yet somehow it was conceptually arresting, and it caught my attention. And then I started to think about collabs and how they're built and when these things happen. I don't know if you saw Nike and Tiffany. They dominated the market. Everything that Liquid Death does dominates. And so we started reflecting on how do people build collabs. And what's interesting about this, and the venture capitalists were super interested. We'll come back to the venture themes. But they're like, that's interesting. It's a huge market. The way marketing evolves is consumers start behaving a certain way, marketers start paying attention. At some point, they go, son of a bitch, we need a platform. That's what ExactTarget was for email. That's what Google Ads was. Like, every time you need a platform, you need to build it, you need help. And we think there's a huge opportunity there to help brands partner better. There's two key things that are missing. One is it tends to happen opportunistically. Like, your CEO runs into Kim at the Mall of America, and next thing you know, we're doing a collab or a partnership. And it's not that I don't trust CEOs. They know their brands well, but that is not, no other part of marketing works that way. And I haven't mentioned anything about a customer yet, and I haven't talked about how it's backed by data and insights. And so our point of view is like, hey, every other vertical within a CMO's budget is built by what's the strategy, what's the data to support it, how can we activate it efficiently, can technology make it better? And our point of view is, yeah, that can all happen in partnerships. And the key benefit of a partnership is when, if Kim and I do a partnership, some of the assets are coming from me, some are coming from Kim. Some of the things I'm bringing to him, he can't buy on the open marketplace. You can't buy Nike's brand, yet Tiffany accessed it. Tiffany can't buy Nike's brand, yet they accessed it. And what's interesting is when those things come together, and it's special, and the price of the Nike Air Force One goes from 100 to 400, and it dominates the internet, and they're getting billions of impressions instead of tens of millions of impressions on TV ad, it starts to be quite special. And so that's the company we're building. We work with a wide range of brands in all kinds of categories because there's basically three kinds of collaborators. There's emerging, like, that's awesome, Scott. What do I do? And we've all been there in every part of our lives. Like, that's awesome. Yeah, I'd like a Facebook ad. How do I do that? Help me get going. The others are established collaborators who are like, yeah, I'm doing it, but I'm not really in control of the asset. Like, it's happening to me. It's not on to my strategy. Then the third are the big brands, fashion, culture-leading brands who are trying to do it at scale. And you look at where those dollars are going, the biggest brands, they still go into old traditional media that is not very popular in this room, and to partnerships and collabs. And so that's what Collaboratory is about. I think I'll pause because I've been rambling on for 10 minutes, but I'd love to share at some point. So I left big company land primarily after Best Buy and moved more entrepreneurial. But you start to see themes of where businesses are starting to create value. What is the problem? This is a location-based marketing organization. What are the data assets you have that are being underutilized? And then candidly, where's the absence of the data sets that I could use to deploy to make all these strategies more effective. And so those are some things I complain about on a daily basis.
Perfect. We'll be back. So, Julia, I love your term cultural nuances in terms of Spanish-speaking Hispanics and getting them to get their vaccines, to go to the locations where they can get their vaccines. So tell us how you attack that problem and your solutions and any results you can share.
Yeah, so I'm sure everybody's sick of COVID. Luckily we're all here without our masks today, but our client that, we were working with and are still working with, their main business is prepping people for the future and prevention. And so how do we get an audience that isn't necessarily as receptive to this end goal here of uplift in the vaccine? So we start definitely with the end in mind and try and work backwards from what the challenges that we're trying to solve. So doing a lot of investigative work through data platforms. I think I heard in the last thing too is like understanding the personas behind the individuals and really finding what motivates those individuals. You can pull from first-party data sets. You can pull from different panel-based data sets. You can deploy your own panels, and it's finding and understanding the methodology behind that technology, and then weeding out to, okay, this is the type of individual that I'm looking to message, and this is the preferences that they have for receiving messaging. So you can get a lot of information by just doing your research and kind of starting at the back end. From there, then we were able to see that these individuals really leaned toward their families and their community. And so what's the way that you can develop a community with marketing? It's through those evangelists that they follow. So we did a series of micro and macro influencers and partnered with them in 6 top Spanish-speaking DMAs. And what that really allowed us to do was going after these smaller collabs of sorts versus large-scale collabs. It allowed us to not only speak to just one voice, but have multiple, angles to deliver this message to these individuals through somebody that's going to resonate with them. And what we were able to see within the communities then was a 28% lift in vaccine intent and an 88% lift in vaccine discussions. So it's a starting point, and we can only go up from there.
Great stuff. So Todd, over the last day and a half here, we've seen some great technologies. We've had great discussion about where technologies and data are taking us in terms of driving people to locations, be it out of home, retail, whatever. There hasn't been a lot of talk about the quality of the labor, the people you encounter as you're living your daily life. So I'd like to hear about Northern Tool, which, what is it, a $1.5 billion business? Yeah, but you're competing with Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards, et cetera, and yes, you figured out how to open new stores and drive people to drive past Home Depot, Lowe's, et cetera, to your stores. But what was the key in terms of your people in those stores that drove the business?
Great question. As a CMO, I've had 3 companies in a row now where the challenge has really been, how do you build trust, because you're in an important situation with the business where trust is going to be a key driver of conversion. And people are spending, in many cases, a significant amount of money with you, and it's important to get it right. And so in the case of Northern, we were a very well-known retailer to a very small group of people. And most people couldn't tell you who Northern is or what they do. They're only in 22 states, and they only have 125 stores. And oftentimes to get to a Northern Tool store, you have to drive past a couple of Home Depots and a few Lowe's and maybe a Menards and Harbor Freight. And so we were challenged by the fact that our destination was difficult. And this is a company that was really birthed as a direct-to-the-consumer business. It started with a catalog in our founder's garage, and we were driving business through people calling and making orders on the catalog, and then it graduated to e-commerce. And actually, brick-and-mortar retail was the last part of the experience to come, but the omni-channel experience of Northern is fantastic because, to your point, of the people. And what we ended up doing to figure out how are we going to drive more customers to our stores and our omni-channel experience was to first really understand who those customers are. And we started with our best customers to understand their mindset. How did they think, and what was it about the experience that we had already created between the store and online and direct that customer liked, and what was it about it? And these were customers that largely took on some pretty challenging and sophisticated projects. And what they were often looking for was the right tool for the project that they were working on and the right way to solve the problem. How do I take care of this tree that's next to my garage? How do I get it down without hitting my neighbor's house? And what are the tools I need to do that? And what's the right way to cut it to make that happen? And what we offered to customers were people that were incredibly knowledgeable about how to do that. And we had very, very low turnover from a store perspective, so we had a lot of accumulated expertise that we could really leverage. But we spent so much of our time in performance media that story was not known. And so to Scott's point, where you've got a number of different channels, we actually needed to go back to some of the broader channels that allowed us to tell our story and be able to explain to people just exactly what Northern was all about and build the trust through that description of who we are and what we could do for them to then ignite more traffic flow coming through all three of those channels. But it was really the deep dive into that understanding of who our best customers were that allowed us to then define the mindset and understand that there was a much larger group of people that thought that way that had no idea that we existed. And so it was really at that point our ability to create awareness of who we were and what we were about to be able to drive some of those customers in.
Super. So Scott, startups, venture capital, the roller coaster ride of both of those. And of course, there's no better organization for location-based marketing than Asif's organization here in terms of traction for startups. You know a lot of the major venture capital firms. You've advised a lot. You've advised a lot of companies. You're running your own venture-backed company now. Bring us up to date on the future of capital to help fuel where we're going.
If I knew the answer to that, I would not be on this panel. We'd be on my yacht, and I'd be tweeting in from Cannes or something. But I'll weigh in with my thoughts. I think the demand for innovative solutions that solve real concrete problems, concrete use cases by all sorts of companies, like there's a never-ending demand for that. So that's not new. I didn't create that at all. I think what we've seen in all VC in the past 24 months was it's all macro factors. You still need an awesome product, and you better have a good team, and you better be able to write good code. So start there and better know what the hell you're talking about. But macro factors were huge. Like money was free the last 8-10 years or whatever it is. It was literally free. And so the things that get funded, you had a little more wiggle room in terms of what you could do. Could you raise a seed round? Could you raise a Series A? the interest rate moves were substantial. You would think we're, pre-seed company, we're tiny, but it impacted us. I mean, it's interesting, like Silicon Valley Bank was my bank. And so there's no better statement for like, oh, what's it like? Like, it's not all fun and games out on the prairie. It's a pain in the ass. But if you're persistent and focused, you can get through it. I personally think, and I'm no economist, don't know anyone at the Fed, too much money was raised in the last 2 years. Most VCs ride the cycle. That's what they do. That's how they make money. They overpay in good times, and they pull back fast. There's too much money sitting on the sidelines right now. So I don't know when. You'll have to talk to God probably. But this money can't sit there. Like, the general partners have to put it to work. At some point, we'll see how those, what happens with interest rates. But that's the driver, and it's probably going to, I would guess it's Q1, Q2 next year. But, like, you might as well ask one of those kids out there at the Mall of America, like, who knows? The Fed knows, that's it. So that's like my macro observation, which isn't super fun and not related to LBMA, but that's what I think. I do think there's some interesting stuff happening right now, and I can sort of share some points based on some of the companies I'm seeing. Collaboratory, which is probably the most important company we'll talk about today. Everyone's take a note, collaboratory.io. No, but it's like, so what are the trends? I think one of the key trends where businesses are creating impact for their customers, it's making the end customer experience better. I would call that trend the SaaSification of the marketing stack. And so that's good. It's taking bump, I don't know who are providers in here who do that. If you're not paying attention to that, that's what's happening, and you better figure out with whom you're going to ally, because they don't want to have 50 MSAs. You got to figure out who you're going to partner with. You're going to have to get in, and you have to add value and hopefully get bought by Salesforce. That's kind of the strategy there. But every part of the stack, level one is they're going to have the MSAs, and how am I going to bring these new technologies to bear within an existing ecosystem? I think a secondary trend I see, this is Scott Moore, this is not anyone, is if you look, anyone who's worked with any of these the larger providers, there are new opportunities. As Salesforce is effective, as software is eating the world, Salesforce is also eating the world. There are new opportunities. Like, if you've ever used them as on the client side, it's hard. Like, they do a lot of great, but they show up with 25 people. They're not always solving. Sometimes they're overselling. Sometimes they're underselling. There are specific niche opportunities to build SaaS companies that solve problems, and I think LBMA companies know data. They have a great line of sight to data. It's like, oh, what data is not being integrated in what capacity across that stack. So I think there's opportunities across everything you go to a major provider for, whoever it is, and say, is that really awesome anymore? Can that be made awesome? Can I fix it and get reacquired by Salesforce or whatever? So call trend one, SaaSification. I think the second trend might be the tech enablement of everything. Like, tech-enabled services, tech-enabled everything, even your point of view about tech-enabled RSAs in retail stores. Like, people having the right data at their fingertips. When we worked at Best Buy, the number one thing you could do to piss off a customer is the customer comes in and is like, what does this TV do? And the blue shirt goes, reads the code right there, and they're like, are you kidding me? And they're like, they just want to come at you. If you go to, I'm just using Best Buy because we work there, like, they are smarter. It's a better experience because the data is there in their hands. It's better than just an internet search. I think there's huge amounts of opportunity to continue to improve that based on the data sets you have. The question is, how are they being integrated in a seamless way so the humans can do their job better? So that's an example. I wasn't thinking about Best Buy, but it came to me.
And are you having any discussions with money, venture capital and or startups around AI? And what are those discussions?
Sure.
Scared, jumping in with both feet, et cetera?
No, you have to be. You have to be there is the answer, no matter what business. I just came back from a conference in LA, and that was the key takeaway. Like last year, this time, I was like, "How are you going to win the metaverse? Metaverse." This year is like, generative AI is a real thing. I have a couple examples there. One company who I work with in LA, the first company I worked with here in town was called Lucy AI. Lucy is a tremendous company. Their platform was first built on Watson. Now they've been working with large language models for some time. And this new company has, which I could talk about individually, just not publicly, you're looking at appliance repair or like anything that's repair, the number of things a human needs to know to basically diagnose a problem, like your carburetor broke, the fuel pump, like, I'm not very technical, the pump in the back left corner of the whatever is broken. AI can read every single manual ever built for every single product anywhere. With the right prompts, it can sort in a very short number of questions virtually, oh, actually, it's your windshield wipers. And you're like, son of a the windshield wipers. That kind of tech enablement using AI at the core with the right prompts is remarkable. And so this company has taken the entire experience of diagnosing some part of like your heater at home or whatever, very functional things, and it's able to read it, process it fast, and give you back a simple solution. So that company's super interesting. The other one. I forget, that was the one that first came to mind.
Well, Retail Aware, we
Yeah,
talked about
Retail
that.
Aware is interesting. They're on a different trend, so I think another thing you see, that's good observation. Retail Aware, I think, for location-based marketing association. So one other thing you have is data everywhere. Either it exists, I can't access it right, or there's an absence of the data I need to do the work. Collaboratory is running into more of the absence of the data than too much data. Retail Aware is a company I advise out of Omaha, and basically their sensing platform goes into retail stores and adds a new level of SKU level analysis of what product is on the shelf when. That data is so valuable across any number of use cases. Like the number one issue we had, and you could segment as many times as you want, talk to any consumer you wanted, what was the biggest issue at Best Buy over time? Out of stock. And out of stock is a problem. The inventory can never be balanced perfectly. But if you've got insight into what's happening, whether you're selling sodas through a Quickie Mart or plasma TVs through Best Buy or Target or Walmart, knowing that is critical, and the human systems just don't keep up. Retail Aware has a way to track that at a SKU level and report back first, what's where when. That's super interesting. Two, if you think of it as a data set, not just as a service, that data can then be recombined with where are your customers at? What ads did they see? If depending upon your first, second, party data stack, it can be really combined in a really interesting new way. And so out-of-home companies are saying, hey, wait a minute, we know Scott Moore drove by that out-of-home billboard on his way to here and then did this activity. It's the merging of those data sets that is creating exceptional performance. And that was in terms of the turnaround at Best Buy, which I've been there for a while. But what we did was basically unlock the data across all the customers. The clean data golden record work allowed us to do better segmentation. This is not rocket science. People have been doing it forever, but getting it done is really hard. Okay, better segmentation. And now you have an increasing number of channels to reach that customer. That's the holy grail. And I'm not saying Best Buy is the holy grail or not, but when you have better data on who the customers are, you can segment them based on not too many needs, but a core set of needs, ever increasingly sophisticated, and then you know what messages to deploy. There's AI across that entire experience, and so that was a pretty wide-ranging answer, but that's what I think.
Oh, got it. So Todd and Julia, how much time do I have? A couple of minutes. So, when I was at Best Buy with you two, I was looking at startup companies through venture capital firms and then trying to bring them in and get engagement within, mega Best Buy to try this tool and platform. You're both in smaller companies. Todd, you were CMO of 2 smaller retailers than Best Buy. Julia, your agency's fairly small. How do new companies, new tools and platforms break through, or did they? Were you just too busy to take phone calls and emails from innovative startups? Todd?
Incentive harassment from me to get us to work with Northern Tool. I think that's the root cause.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You think about it from a product perspective or from a service perspective?
Both.
Or both?
Yeah.
Okay. I think, again, for us, it was really understanding who our customers were and what they were looking for, and then trying to figure out, okay, what do we need to do from an experience perspective to populate around that. That's why when Scott knocked on my door and said, I've got this really cool proposition called Collaboratory, and I was thinking, great, because I'm having a tough time thinking about an emerging segment of female customers that we haven't really thought of or talked about before. And we have a whole, a huge segment of Latino customers, particularly in Texas, where we have a number of stores. And how do we reach those segments when we've got shrinking budgets and resource challenges? And the answer was really 1 + 1 = 3, or maybe 4, by bringing other brands together that are also trying to reach the same audience that we are. And so for us, it again starts with the data and the understanding of who that customer is and the experience that they want to have. And then it gives us a much better frame of reference for how we would use a new service or the kinds of products that we would want to offer to that emerging group of customers that we're trying to win. The conversations that we had at Northern a lot were, we can't be all things to all people. We have to pick an audience that we can win. Thankfully, they were a sizable audience. Now, how do we serve them best? It doesn't mean that if somebody outside of that defined audience walks in, we're not going to take great care of them. Of course we would. But who are we built for? And once we know that, and we know what that customer is looking for, because we built the experience with them and their inputs, how do you populate around that, and what are the tools and technologies that are going to make that come to life?
So Julia, your agency, do you have a process and or people who take inbound calls, emails from new platforms, new technologies, new companies to give them a whirl?
Yeah, so I think it goes to, what these gentlemen said about listening to your customer and what people are asking for, and then trying to find a solution to solve that problem. So currently I am in the process of vetting several companies to help solve internal solutions and then also external solutions for clients. And something that we've done at Coegi too is to actually invest in ourselves, and we've developed an innovation department with a whole life cycle of how do we analyze these new tools to make sure we're making smart investments. Because number one, you can bring in a new tool, and I've seen it happen, but nobody can pick it up and leverage it. So then at the end of the day, it's just wasted money that you've put out there. So really being intentional with how you vet tools and what you're looking to bring on.
Super. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, it sounds like the collective experience is kind of mind-blowing, so it's pretty awesome to hear. One question regarding the vaccine lift. It's been something that I also struggle with in like a digital-only business. Like, I recently started, and perhaps this is a question for the other CMOs as well, but like, I recently started running radio ads. And of course, it's like, well, how the fuck do you measure this kind of thing? So you had mentioned like vaccine lift, and I'm very, very curious if you can share how you guys even determine lift, because it's like so hard to kind of even figure out. So that would be my first question. My second question is more around like this last point you guys are making about what customers want. This is something I struggled with a lot with, being head of marketing at like consumer-facing startups. Is it's always the loudest, most annoying people on Reddit and Discord, and they're the ones saying, I want this. One of my vice president of product who spent 20 years in the games industry, I'm in the gaming industry, by the way. He used to say, if you asked your customer what they want, everybody would say, I want a gun that can kill everybody with one shot. But what that does is it ruins it for everybody else, and it eventually ruins it for themselves, because then nobody wants to play with them. So I'm curious at like larger scale, how you handle that thing, which is you hear what people want, but it's really you know, as a designer of the system, you know it's not really what they want. It's like a more underlying thing, and how you pick tools that are, I don't know, this is a very compound question there, but yeah, I think you understand what I'm saying, which is like, it's not as simple as someone saying, hey, I want this, because it hardly ever is, right? So I guess that, and then measuring lift at scale, like of Best Buy or Northern Tool and everybody, and the vaccine lift.
I'll jump in to start, and then I'll yield. But it's so much of what we want from performance, anything, and data is the answer. And we're looking for the data to just give us the answer. And there's really a lost art, I think, in pulling the insight from the data. And so you're reading between the lines on what the customer is truly asking for, and you're interpreting how you're going to make use of that insight. It's why switching from a analog-driven planning process to something that is completely digital, on the face of it seems like, oh, we should be much more efficient in terms of what we're doing. It takes an army of people to run a performance marketing plan because of all the data and all the work that has to be done to analyze how every little piece of that is working. And so that there's a key, I think, piece of this, which is understanding the insight that comes from what the data is telling you. And I'll come back to radio in a second, but I'll yield to these guys for a second.
I can cover your vaccine question unless, okay. Yeah, I know.
I'll take question 6C.
Yeah, so the question is great because it is a challenge, and luckily, like, this is a data set that is readily available. It's public. However, tying it to media is an extremely challenging thing. So there is no perfect solution, but it's about creating a model and creating a measurement framework that really is going to ladder up to the best ability of like what your end business goal is. So for this, you know, it's really having sort of that panel-based approach too, to understand and ask the consumer these types of questions. And then essentially also, because we were doing, you know, leaning heavily into influencer strategy, really seeing how we were able to move the needle with the influencers that we partnered with, and see how much far beyond we were able to reach from their consumer base, and listen to the conversations that were happening around that. So kind of a mix of a couple different things to be able to determine success for that factor.
Yeah, I've had this challenge for a while. I think one of the questions is the size and scale of company actually is a huge factor here. So first I would say, what has been happening? It's the old, I think it's Wanamaker, like 50% of every ad dollar is wasted. I just can't tell which one. I don't know when that was stated. It was like 100 years ago. It's sadly still too close to true. So there's that. I think as the world has become more digital and attributed, period, CEOs and CFOs are thirsty. They're just like, why doesn't it work like GPS? And we're like, okay, GPS took a long time to evolve. It's pretty awesome. No marketing performance works that way. So just get it out of your head. You're not going to have a GPS answer like, perfect. On the other side is like, oh, pretending you can't navigate. Navigating by stars is not awesome, but better than navigating with nothing. In the middle is like maps and tools and stuff. And I think there's lots of tools you can use depending upon your size and scale to basically check trends. Like that's the answer. And that's all it does is trending. What you're measuring will vary. If you're a big company, you want a market mix model tool. They've gotten much, much better. So market mix model, if you have a couple years of data and you have $1 million, do that. It'll be helpful because you'll make better choices. You want a GPS, but you'll be using a map. That's helpful. There's a lot of talk about attribution, odometry, visual IQ. They promise, respectfully, a lot of omni-channel, multi-touch attribution. It's still early days. It's less than a decade or so old. I haven't bought one in a while, but they're better. If it's digital attribution, it's better because you know it's, for a while, the click got all the credit for all the activities. That's crap. That's not true. So digital attribution is better, but there you go. I think the ultimate answer to your question is, again, that's what everything I just said there, get out $1 million. So if you got $1 million to spend on research, go do that. If you don't, it's the same old econometric driven, literally your science in 3rd grade or 5th grade, like, oh, control groups. You deploy it, radio in Milwaukee, and you don't do it in San Antonio. And just watch it and look for trends. And so that's the actual answer to how I would do it if I was in your shoes. And basically don't tell your CEO, we're going to research it. It's perfection, because it's not gonna be.
Yeah,
And find someone to say that who has credibility in that space. And then be like, what we are going to do is deploy, learn, improve, increase rapid cycle counts, those kinds of things, and get increasingly better, and watch what happens and invest from there. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say just being upfront with the limitations that exist, because especially too, as you think about how all of these walled gardens, they're becoming their own ecosystems, and no wonder why, because it looks like they're doing phenomenal when in fact, there's so many different factors that are contributing to that end metric success or that last click success. So really being upfront about how something is going to be measured and getting on the same page, and understanding your limitations.
As we're wrapping up, my person got super venture-y, which is interesting. Hope that's helpful. Sounds sexy. Kind of pain in the ass. My pitch would be, my general comment is, you guys are touching, and gals are touching ridiculous information. You got to be really thoughtful about where it can be deployed practically. Collaboratory is really interested in partnering with people who have customers who could use your data to activate it. So there's like $80 billion a year spent globally on market research. If you had an $80 billion budget, you're not getting $80 billion worth of value from it. It's sitting in PowerPoints, it's stuck in servers, it's not being activated. Our business, whether it's the consulting or the tech side, is like, hey, what insight exists can we use to drive actionable plans that create revenue at a lower cost because you're doing it with your friends? That's what the project with Todd was all about. Win with Latino women, what ways can I do that? So we're all about doing that. If you have problems like that, we'd love to talk. My second request would be, I'm looking for awesome, interesting data sets that have not been utilized in innovative ways. You have interesting, and figure out what's your data you're uniquely seeing and where can it be recombined. That is powerful. All the most powerful segmentations, market lifting moves are when you take this lens and that lens and you put them together and you're like, well, wait a minute. That's the insight, and you can figure out how big or small that insight is. Maybe it's just these guys like Dr. Pepper, not super interesting to me. Hold on, if this company partnered with that company, if this venture went after that, that's super interesting. And I think I would just encourage your teams, because of the data you capture, it's interesting. Partnering with others to look at it freshly to say, well, where can this create maximum impact? That's the power. I think you all know that, but just as a practitioner, I would not overlook that. And you don't have to have a data monetization. Not everything has to be that. But it'll push your own company and your partners into new directions. And so that'd be my request of people in the LBMA.
Thank you.
Yeah, mic dropped.
folks. That's cool. I love. All right, so I just want to grab the opportunity, first of all, to say thank you to all of you still staying here. I don't know why, because we're going through axe throwing. I think that's what's going to happen later. So super excited about that. So we'll spend a couple of minutes to explain you guys what are we doing at the LBMA and what our initiatives are about. And nothing is as good as association without members, and luckily we have members. We have active members all over the globe, so this is the first good thing. Secondly, we are also in a phase of a pre-pandemic scenario. So as you mentioned before, so by our CEF, we had about 1,300, 1,400 members, active members before the pandemic hit us. And we are mostly on the retail industry. And you know what happened through this 2.5 years with the retail industry. So we are trying to get back that kind of member base, and therefore we developed a couple of international products, and this one I show you now, including the Best Retail Cases platform. You may heard about that. So first of all, I think it's very important for you guys to know that we are not only Asif, myself, it's also Kuni. Kuni's running our LBMA chapter and our LBMA operations, very successful. And as you all know, if you have ever been to Japan, it's a total different world. It's a different world in terms of language, total different world of culture, total different world of business. And he's connecting us with them and the other way around, which is a very, very huge win for the LBMA. And I want to thank Kuni on this time. Thank you very much for doing this great work. So we are growing back. And when you see we're growing, it is, first of all, we are growing in terms of media and in terms of reach. Because that what we found out in the 2 years of the pandemic, our network is still there. Our people are there. Our contacts are there. Our companies are here. And our friends are there. So, and if you look at in details, what we achieved during the pandemic, and this is the status from this year, so we're talking about 1,100 attendees on our events this year, and this is counting the streaming attendees and the physical attendees. Yeah, we have 4 regions we are covering. We established a new news service by the beginning of the year. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but we'll jump into that later. With more than 30,000 active email addresses bi-weekly. And we have a huge social media reach. And this huge social media reach relies, first of all, on one thing. This is Location Weekly podcast. I don't know if you're aware of this, but we found Sammy, how long is it ago? 5 years, 6 years, you were listening to the podcast, you told me at lunch, yeah? So this is one of our attraction points. And so Asif, he's doing a brilliant job because he's doing it every week since more than 10 years. They're only just, but yeah, clap your hands. This is a great, great job. Every week, 20, 30 minutes of news stories about our industry. Only just 2 weeks per year, he's not doing it. This is Christmas and his birthday. Anyhow, so we cannot count it as the numbers that we had before, how many visited. So we are publishing it through social media. It is on every podcast platform available, Spotify, Podbeam, and so on. We have a YouTube channel for those people who want to watch us live. They can do that on a YouTube channel. It's sometimes very funny because we are producing every week, and if we're producing every week, we're producing even from here. Yeah. So this is what we have, and then we started this year our bi-weekly news service. So we were hiring a marketing assistant out of Spain. Andrea is her name. She's running this service for us, so it's good news. So if you have stories to tell, we have now a reach of 30,000 international email addresses where we can deliver our bi-weekly newsletter. Mostly out of the content we have covered in the podcast before. Bit more deeper insights, stories behind that. So, we see, and you saw that last time in Atlanta, there was on a timeline, and the biggest goal we want to achieve is we want to make our, that time, German platform, Best Retail Cases, available in North America. We achieved that goal. So, we were running our first award ceremony during NRF event in New York this year, small one. Honestly, it's not the biggest show ever. We had 35 something cases on the North American platform till then. We'll jump into that later. But it's the first step. And this is what we learned during the tough time. We're all struggling to explaining what we do. We're all struggling to explain our stories. We all need digital assets to make it visible what we are doing. Conferences are great, but this is not available all over the year. So this was for us the reason to establish the Best Retail Cases platform. We also started the B-Weekly newsletter, check on this. We also had our conferences back, now also the conference here at the Mall of America. And we will also successfully started our lead business, which means we're using our contacts for our members and partners to find the right person to talk to, because this is what Asif, I, and the rest of the team can do perfectly. So if you have companies you're interested in, you want to contact us, ask us. We will help you to find that, because this is what the LBMA is about. Yeah, so if you have a hunting list, we can help you with that. Let's jump into the platform. So how many of you have been at the Best Retail Cases platform so far? 1, 2. Not so many. So we have to work on our own marketing as a location-based marketing association, I find out. So this is a platform, super self-service. I'm just jump into that. These are media partners and our jury. So what we do here, Lester, we show cases. And we explain these cases, and we're running awards on these cases. So literally what you have a company listing, and then you add to a company listing not only the details, what you're doing, you show your cases live. That means you have to explain what the case can do, especially for retail, if you're a supplier there or vendor, they can do this. This is one of the cases. In this case, it is electronic shelf label, one of the winners of the awards last year. Electronic shelf labels are interesting, but not super sustainable, because you have to change the batteries, there are some power connections needed for it and hard to maintain. So those guys added a solar panel on that thing, a solar module on that thing, and then they solved the problem that the power is not longer needed and we don't need any batteries. So our jury found that it's a great idea, but jury votings, they're sometimes a bit tricky, yeah, because friends of friends of friends, and it's not very objective. So what we decided by the Best Retail Cases, we decided to open this voting scenario to the public, to you. And so that's what we did successful the last 2 years in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. We invited our database to vote for the cases. So we have a kind of consumer voting on that. And the cool thing about it is we are collecting their addresses, their contact details, and their allowance to contact them, which makes us more interesting to communicate to them in the next phase, especially when it comes to leads. So just a solution. Another great story, the Miele experimental shopping store, also one of the winners of the last. So let us jump into that thing very quickly that you saw it live. Go. So it works. So this is what the platform looks like. So if you're entering bestretailcases.com, you can now choose between 2 regions, the German region and the North America region. And let's jump into the German one. I know you cannot read it, but anyhow, doesn't matter. Just gives you an idea how it looks like. So we have these categories where you can see the use cases. And if we go onto one of the use cases, for example, which one we'll choose? Sorry? Yeah, it is. So maybe, for example, this one, Sun Plaza, Mall, whatever, I don't know. Let's go on with the case. This one here, that's cool. So what is that? Microsoft is doing something? Why? Okay. So and then you see here all the categories. You can see where it is live. In this case, it's BMW. They were winner at the award before. And they're explaining their case, and this is literally one of these service applications. You can call them and have a video chat with the sales associate on site, and then they show the car. There's a cool solution out there out of Switzerland, and we can add different things. You can see here where's the location of the case, and this is very important for us. It's not just this, we show what we want to do. One of the credentials for the Best Retail Cases platform is it has to be live, even in a proof of concept. So this is okay for us, but it's just a demo installation. We're not covering that. So you have to come there, have to have a look. Like there are many places here in the mall, we have to just experience this. And this is the idea behind that. Then you can add videos like this one, then she's explaining how that works. Maybe this works, find out. Yeah, very small, but you get the idea behind that. I think it's a resolution thing, yeah. So and then we have these interviews. And this is also very important to you to understand. This is what the LBMA is delivering. We are running interviews. We are producing this kind of content to have a digital asset where you can later rely on and say, right, have a look at this, because this is our digital representative of our company. Anyhow, no sound, doesn't matter. Anyway, it will be in German. So, best retail cases. What are we doing with that in the future? So we are going in the future to North America. This is already achieved, so first award round is there. These are cases we collected in North America, and you can sort it by any way. So region, technology-wise, whatever you want. Live, not live. So our biggest goal is to make that happen in the future. So if you have cases, doesn't matter what, it must be related to retail, sure. Submit that. It's a totally self-service platform. You can just log in. It costs $300 a year to showcase a case there. This is nothing. It's just covering our costs from the LBMA. But it makes it visible what we are doing. I think that's super important for us. And it is something we want to offer as an association. It's not a business model where we get rich out of it. Yeah. But if you have any ideas how we can make it better and more worthwhile, just tell us. And I'd love to chat about that later. Anyway, let's go back to the presentation. There you go. And I want to invite, because we're between the axe throwing and the final talks about that. Let's do this. That's crazy. Never did that before. Anybody experienced with axe throwing? No? I have no shoe. I have no okay. So, all right. I'll see if I want to come here on stage, because I think there's something we want to mention. Is it? Yeah. All right.
Being here the last day and a half, yeah, I guess I need that.
Yeah.
Especially, again, I want to thank our sponsors. Atlas, you guys have been awesome. Hey with Charlie, Arrive, Ground Level, Wait Time, a bunch of great companies. And, we want more. We want to continue to grow these events again, especially coming out of COVID. I mean, obviously, pre-COVID, they were a lot bigger, in person anyways. I know we had a lot of people, maybe are still watching the live stream.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, because we didn't have live streams before COVID. So the balance is a little bit different. But I also want to just announce our next two events. So we will be, as we have been for a number of years now, later this fall, November 1st and 2nd, back in Atlanta. So we obviously want you to mark those dates and keep those in mind, and please come down and join us. Invite others to be there. If you have speaker ideas, sponsor ideas, we want to hear about that. And then I wish Patrick was still here, because thanks to the team here and Patrick in particular, we'll be back here at Mall of America next spring, April 24th and 25th. So again, put those dates on your calendar, because we're super excited about that. And yeah.
Yeah, this is the North American operations. In Europe, we have the upcoming RetailLoco event February, together with the Airport of Munich again. So we signed the partnership already, so this will happen too. And also we have in Japan.
Do you want to mention something about the CTEC event? And
yeah, come on stage. Maybe we can make a photo.
This is Kuni.
We're not so
Kuni runs
together.
the LBMA Japan. Yes.
Thanks, guys. So yeah, we have an event coming up in October 17th through 20th. There's going to be an event called CTEC, which is the biggest consumer electronics show. Used to be consumer electronics show. Now they transformed it into a sort of like a smart city oriented type of event. And we have a huge booth, LBMA Japan booth. Will be featuring like 18 companies exhibiting. And also we are reserving one full day of a conference room like this, and doing a full day of a conference. So, if anybody would be interested in to present yourself to a Japanese market and partners, you can just give me a call. We can set something up. Yeah. October 17th through 20th. Yep.
17th through 20th. Yeah, so keep that in mind. If you are international, you have operations in Japan or in the region, you know, that's something you want to participate in. And I guess if I can make one other comment overall.
Please.
You know, I think more and more as been building the LBMA over the last, you know, decade plus, it's, I think Carsten made the point about the networks that we have built up internationally and, you know, making that available to you guys, whether, you know, it's a list of companies that you want access to or introductions to, we can help with that. But I think broader than that, and it came into my head now, just, you know, with Kuni here, is that there are a lot of companies that we come across in Europe or in Asia, for example, that are looking to expand out of their regions and come into North America, let's say. And we can help with that too. If you're looking for, you know, sort of business development expertise or, you know, where to establish an office or those kinds of things, we can help you, you know, with some guidance on that kind of thing, because we have, you know, these networks and these kind of companies that we can set up POCs or those kinds of things. And going the other way, if you're a North American company that wants to go to Europe or go to Japan, you know, we're happy to help facilitate those kinds of things as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. Thanks for sticking with us. And act throwing is on. When, where, how does it go?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. We have to be.
Where's the wait time crew? I don't.
The wait time crew is still setting up. I think they at the entrance of the Nickelodeon Barrage.
Okay.
They meet.
Yeah, so we're meeting down at the front.
All right, cool.
At 3 o'clock. So.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Can we make a picture, please? Can somebody make a picture of us three?